Hi, Barry and Sebastian. So, Barry, I know you're on the East Coast.
Yeah, that's correct.
Lee, where are you at?
Manila.
Manila. So you're
Yes.
over in the other side of the world. What time is it there?
9 p.m.
9 p.m. Wow. So it's not morning for you.
Right. That's right.
And Sebastian, I forget. Where are you at again? Where's that at? Romania. Wow, you guys are spread all over the world. Well, good day. I'm not sure what to say. Well, it's 6 a.m. in the morning here on the west coast of the U.S. And so we've got everybody spread out as far as time zones are concerned. All right. Well, I sent a bunch of stuff out. I know, and I suppose the first thing we should start with is if everyone can get into their VMs. Was that pretty straightforward for you, or do you need some assistance with, getting into your VM?
I'm good, Rick.
Okay.
I'm good too. All right. I'm already in.
Okay, good. All right, well, I guess we're good to go. Okay, let me share my screen. And again, I hope everybody's doing well. Let's see. Here's the share button. Okay. So, well, let me bring up the one slide that out of all of, or I should say the document, out of all the things that I sent, the one that I sent most recently is the one I want to look at first. I sent a slide deck for asset management, and it's a little bit rudimentary, but I guess I do want to ask, how comfortable is everybody with asset management? Should I go over the slide deck and go over some of the definitions, or are you guys all pretty comfortable with that?
I'm already good.
And I think I'm good. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
And Sebastian, I guess, is okay. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just dive right in then. There's no need to go through those slides. So I prepared this doc here, which is just a little bit of an update from the one I sent out to you, I think, last week. So it's got some of the same material in it, but then I did, add, some specific steps around some specific, wizard actions that we're going to use in asset management. So this document here, the one I just sent out, is the one we're looking at. And so I'm going to take a look at this one and talk through this one. And, of course, we'll just keep this very informal. If you guys have any questions about anything, just stop me at any time. Okay, so asset management basically consists of a few things. It consists of equipment, inventory or assets. It consists of software licensing, and it consists of, some financial aspects, like contracts and things such as that. So, in Oxygen, we're basically looking at this area here. This is the menu, and these are the items in asset and configuration management that, we need to configure, or we need to give people access to if they're, if you're wanting them to work with this information, this content. So, yeah, essentially they'll need access to asset and configuration, and primarily, depending upon what you guys implement or what you're implementing for others, we usually start with equipment, and then we'll get into licensing and then finally configuration items. But just to speak about this, so asset management is the management of these things here. And, a lot of what asset management is and how it's controlled is it's controlled by catalogs in the system. So when we're needing to add information like assets to the system, before we can do that, we actually have to establish an equipment or product catalog or a software catalog or a license catalog or contract catalog, because those catalogs have the attributes and the definitions in them to be able to instantiate those particular types of items. So to begin with assets, quite famously, we need to have an equipment catalog. And so let's just walk through just a little bit. And before we get into actually creating anything, let's just take a look at the life cycle. And this is the life cycle of an equipment item or an asset. And so obviously you've got, kind of cradle to grave aspect here, where you've got new stock coming into inventory, and then it being actively deployed and then out in your infrastructure or working operationally, and then finally at the end of its life, it'll either get archived, scrapped, or recycled or something like that. So there's different aspects to the life cycle. You can see here you can bring assets or asset records into your inventory or your stock, either in some sort of manual delivery method or reception, and I'll go over what that is, or some sort of automated, integrated sort of setup as well. And so there's about 3 different methods for bringing assets in to ezVista, and we'll cover those. So that brings in new stock, and of course, when you bring assets into your environment, you bring them into what ezVista calls stock locations. So the system knows where assets reside, and where your stock depots are in case assets need to be returned. You can always have assets in any location, not specifically a stock location, but when you're returning assets, then you would be returning them to a stock location. According to the way the system is set up, it'll be looking to see that you've got locations designated as stock locations, because those are locations it'll show when you're using a macro element or a wizard to return items to inventory. So you can see here, returning, loaning for temporary assignment, repairing, we can do all these things in the life cycle, replacing, pre-assigning, those sorts of things. Okay, so to begin with, we'll just talk about inventory creation. And what I'll probably do is we'll stop here and we'll get into our VMs and just see how we would do this. So I'll talk through it here, and then we'll attempt to do it. So there's 3 different methods for bringing inventory into ezVista. All these methods require that there is something in place, and that's an existing reference to an item that you're trying to bring into the system. So what I mean by that is, you essentially need to have a catalog, an equipment catalog, or sometimes it's called a product catalog, that defines 3 specific things: the type of equipment it is, the manufacturer of the equipment, and then the model. And from those three things, then specific attributes can be associated with, that combination of three things, when you're setting up a reference in your catalog. And so when you're wanting to create a new instance of an asset, the first thing you're going to do is reference the model of that item, and that will be something that's tied to your catalog, your equipment catalog. And so then you'll be able to bring in specific attributes about that piece of equipment when you're instantiating it. And you can do that individually, on a one-off basis, like using this particular, this is a wizard. And so these procedures I have here, they're basically wizards that you would reference, and I'll show you in the system where we can do this. I basically got a little menu path here. So if you just navigate from the menu, asset and configuration into equipment and then inventory, then you will see, what is called out here in terms of steps to be able to do what you're trying to do. So in this case, we're looking for a new button, and then we can create some equipment in the specific area. So that would be if you're creating equipment manually. A more efficient way to do it, well, these screenshots here are just showing, what if we're creating asset manually, the form you would be presented with and what you'd need to fill out. And we'll go through that here when we actually do one. I'll just go through the three methods and then we'll open up our VMs and give it a try. So the next method is creating new equipment in a batch form, multiple assets at the same time, using a wizard called delivery reception. And I'm not sure how familiar you are with evVista or with this particular wizard, but this is when you start working in assets, this is a very useful and common item to use. It allows you to receive in multiple pieces of inventory, assign asset tags to them, or barcodes, or generate barcodes, or just assign barcodes, or reference barcodes you've already assigned that you have in your, in your facility. And then you can also, just bring that equipment right into inventory, or you can, from this wizard, you can assign it directly to an individual and designate that you're sending it to their location. So it's a macro or a wizard, kind of a function here, whatever we want to call these things. This one is really pretty useful. So we'll see how that works. So that allows you to bring in, multiple pieces of equipment at a time, which is, nice. So you can use it in batch form. And then finally, and so here's the steps that we'll go through to see how that works. And then finally, see, there's a lot of steps in this, this delivery reception wizard. So we'll definitely want to go through it. And then finally, when you're first creating a system, you're bringing, you're standing a system up, and your customer has a lot of inventory that they need to get into evVista. Of course, we use this thing called a data collection template. And so, in the data collection template, all this thing is just a spreadsheet with a bunch of, it's just a portfolio of spreadsheets with a bunch of tabs here. And what we're doing is we're just using this to create the CSV files for the information that we can import in a very, bulk fashion. So for instance, there are these tabs associated with the DCT for asset management. And so one of the key ones here is this right here, asset inventory. What's nice about the integration models that we use with evVista is that they have this function called automatic insert. So when you're creating, say, or you're bringing in a list of, or just a spreadsheet of assets, typically before you can create them, you have to create a catalog, and you have to create a manufacturer's table, and you have to create an asset types reference table. But that can all be done in one import if you just have a list of assets and you have all the columns, the requisite columns, defined in that spreadsheet. So you would need to have a type column, and then you would specify the type of asset it is, manufacturer model, and then several other things about the asset that you can include optionally as well. But so the nice thing is that importing in bulk like this, you're able to set up things in a very rapid fashion. And I don't know if any of you have any experience with that so far. Is creating integration models something that you're all familiar with?
Not with evVista, Rick. No.
Okay. Well, it's good to know, because then we can do it.
Excellent.
Yeah, in the admin class that we give, we kind of go overboard with integration model examples, and I think in the class people get kind of overexposed to it. So I'm just curious if you've done that or had that experience. But if not, we'll definitely do it.
Say, we did a few in the admin class, so I do recall doing it and so forth. I've just want to learn that a little bit better.
Okay, good. Yeah, so we'll take a good look at the DCT, and I'll kind of unpack it a little bit, and then we'll see how to actually use it to populate the system. So we'll do that. So so what I've talked about here are 3 methods for getting assets into ezVista. To be able to get assets into ezVista, of course, I mentioned that we have to have a catalog or a reference, an equipment reference with the 3 basic things: type, manufacturer, and model. Those are the 3 minimum things that are required in a catalog category, or in a catalog entry. Additional things would be things like this, right? So creating a catalog, we could create a catalog straight away without actually adding any assets. So we can predefine our catalog, and we would do that by setting up these things, and we can do this straight manually in the system. We would also need to set up an asset type, and that's just nothing more than setting up the types of equipment that you're wanting to classify as assets, and we're classifying them by type for several reasons, because you can then leverage specific types of relationships against specific types of assets. And so again, we can either create these manually, or we can create them automatically when we use an integration model. And that's the quicker way to do things, because you can do multiple steps in one integration pass, and it just saves a lot of time. So just kind of laying the framework here. Okay, so these things, creating a manufacturer, is pretty straightforward. There's not a lot to this reference table. Just you're indicating what the manufacturer's name is, and then what type it is, whether it's equipment or a software publisher. and then you end up getting a record like this. And we'll see this. I'm just trying to get to a point where we can, get into the system here. Just go through a couple more elements here. So, associating attributes with catalog references. Once you have your catalog defined, then you can associate these things we call attributes, which is nothing more than a relationship to an attribute table. So you can specify an attribute to a category, to a catalog category item. It could be, and you can make it exclusive to that, item. You can make it exclusive to, assets, equipment specifically, or you can have an attribute shared across multiple categories, equipment, software, other things. What these attributes are good for is that you can just on the fly create a bunch of additional attributes in your system without having to do any schema changes or anything. And it's just associating them, using this method makes that easy. And we'll look at how to do that too. So I just want to get to this point. Now, when I start talking about these things, these are all the wizards that you can do once you get your assets into the system. Then you can manage your assets with a number of different types of functions or wizards. Asset management, I would say of all the modules in EasyVista, asset management probably has the largest or the greatest number of these macros associated with its process. So there's a lot of things you can do. So if I scroll back up to the summary, you can kind of get an idea here. Let's see. So starting from about this point on down, you can assign equipment, send equipment in for repair, attach or detach. What that means is with an employee or with an equipment record, you can associate one or more other records in using the wizard. You can do that in a rapid fashion. We'll see how this works. Replacing equipment, transferring equipment between departments and locations, returning equipment to stock, these types of things. All of these wizards make managing assets a little bit easier. So what we can do, let's see if we can spin up our VMs, and then we'll start looking at a couple of these things. So I'm going to spin mine up. And if you guys would, I think you guys said you already logged into yours. So let me just spin mine up here real quick. Let's see. I'll use one of these, the same as like what you're using.
Hey, Rick, while that's getting set there, one of the things I wanted to ask you was with the, what do you want to call those, profiles, perhaps? They have an asset management profile. And one of the things is I'm assuming that my team will be assigned that asset management profile. I was just curious to know, is there a default settings for that you could share with me? Or because I know that one of the clients, they were kind of going through and kind of tweaking it. So we might not have all the abilities that per se the asset management profile would have. Is there a way I could kind of get some information on like the default values of that asset profile?
Yeah, I mean, I've got kind of an out of the box recommendation, and it's we can kind of look at it too, and just see what it is that needs to be set.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, for some reason, I'm going to have to share my other monitor here because my VM jumped up to the other monitor. So let's see. And let's close all this. All right, where'd that thing go? There it is. Okay. All right. So, well, the first thing we can do, if you're in the VM to this point, just click on Google, and there should be a link into Service Manager. So you can click on Service Manager, and then now we have an option here. We can go into either of these three accounts. These two accounts are empty accounts, so we're not going to see any examples in there. And we're going to want to go in there at some point because we're going to want to have an empty system that we can start populating. This one here is our demo account, and I think we'll start here just so we can look at some examples. So I'm going to go into 40,000. Admin at evtry.com, and this should be evapps, evapps, and that should get us in. Okay. So now, being in the demo account, of course, we have a lot of examples we can look at. So the first thing I'm looking at, over here on the menu, I'm looking at the global menu, and then I'm seeing that I have access to asset and configuration. Now, because you brought up the topic of profiles, let's take a look at that just for a second. I'm in the administration profile. So I'm going to come down here to administration, and I'm going to look for user profiles. They're under access management. I'm going to go into user profiles. And then for administration, I'm just going to look at the permissions that are set. And they should be, as an administrator, we should have probably everything turned on. Let's see, at the high level, I see all that's turned on. And then if I just collapse that, I can see if these boxes are fully checked, that means all the sub-settings are checked as well. Now, for asset management, if we come in here, ideally, as an asset management team, you'd want to have this box checked at this level. You could have something like, oh, maybe they've turned off these things here, and they're letting you into licensing and equipment and stuff like that. So then you'll see something like this. But yeah, I would suggest that you'd want to have all of this stuff turned on. Now, it should be clear, I believe, what these profiles, how to read these profiles. Are you pretty comfortable with that? What all these little hieroglyphics mean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So, if you see that something's checked on, then you have permission. And then you've got to go to the sub levels and then just see what permissions are set. And, here this is, a plus, meaning you can add records. Here you can modify. I think there's a tooltip, right? So here you can update records. So these might be unchecked, even though
I see.
You have that checked. So if these are unchecked, that means all you can do is just read the records, but you can't add or update to them. So you'd want to have an asset and configuration, something like this. Now, let me see real quick here. I'll just bring up an example. I think think this example here might be useful because there's a matrix at the end of it, I believe. Maybe that's not the right one. Oxygen migration. Oh, this one here, I think it is. Yeah. I can see it faster than I can look for it in the table of contents. It's just a spreadsheet. There it is. So this is kind of a recommended, out of the box, recommended set of settings for different profiles. And so Asset Manager, you can see here, we've got these items checked. Let's see what else. We don't have, anything checked in the transactional, the ticketing area. But then we look down here. Of course, we've got asset and configuration. Everything's checked for the Asset Manager. That's the recommendation. And then also, we've got some financial. So asset depreciation, asset finances. So if you're doing kind of a, straight line depreciation or something like that, you've got, useful life values and stuff like that against your assets. You want to use this functionality, that you need to have that part.
Okay.
Of course, you could also do chargebacks. And so you can see here, I can give you this form.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah.
Okay, it's kind of what it is it's the name of the form is best practices for getting ready to migrate to Oxygen. So it's either for people moving to it, or if you're a brand new customer to Oxygen, these same principles apply. So I'll drag that out and get that ready to.
Okay. Thank you.
Send. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we're in here. Yeah, so looking at assets. Okay, so we're in the demo environment. So the place that we want to go to find assets is under asset configuration. We go down to equipment when we're looking for, hardware assets. And then we go to inventory. And so when we do that, we can see the inventory that's loaded in the system. Okay, and so some things to point out. So if you wanted to add more assets, you can do that by just clicking on this button right here. This was the first of those three options I pointed out. And so this is just adding an asset manually, just a one-off that you're needing to add, get into the system. You can just do it just like this. Now, what you would have to do, see how this is, if I laid this out, I'd probably put model right over here, because you want to populate your model first, because it populates a lot of other fields on that form, because it's pulling basically from the equipment catalog. So these things are defined in your equipment catalog. And so then you're using these as references, as equipment references that you're using to instantiate, asset records in your inventory. So different models and such. Let's just say I wanted to just take this first one. It's a microscope, and click on the model. So see, then what happens is it'll populate, by clicking on the model, it'll populate the type. The things that are in the catalog, they'll come over into this form. The installation defaulted to today. You could put that date into the future, you can see here the only things that are really required are the model, the status, delivery date. The rest of these are optional, but of course you can bring this into inventory. You might want to put it into a stock location and then maybe just say it's in stock. So yeah, right now by default, it's defaulting to that status. You can see here there are different statuses for assets. And so by using the wizards, the appropriate status gets set. So if you're going to deploy an asset to an individual, the asset would change to the active status because that means that it's in use, it's deployed. You can see here these other statuses kind of, intuitive. So in stock just means that this asset is sitting on a shelf and ready to be used to fulfill a request. So, of course, manually you can put in, the tag, the network identifier, which is, it can be whatever you want it to be. Generally, it's either an IP address or a host name, DNS name, something like that, depending on the type of asset you're talking about. Of course, if it's a computing asset. You could set these values. Okay. You could even set the user right here, and that's basically you're assigning the owner of the asset. So it's like you're creating the asset and then fulfilling a request all at the same time. So this is the manual approach to creating an asset. Obviously, kind of slow, one at a time. The other recommended method is to use this thing called delivery reception. And you'll see how this one's a little bit more rapid. So if you guys refer back to the document, under creating new equipment and then in batch, if you go to delivery, this here, oops, I guess can't see it unless I do this. Do something. There we go. So it'd be, so if you looked at this and looked at all these steps, here's what we're doing. If we're wanting to, say we're on the loading dock or the receiving dock and we've just received 10 computers and we want to bring them into inventory. And at the same time, we want to generate some tags, some asset tags. So you would start with this wizard and you'd fill this stuff out. Now you can fill out who you're receiving from. If you actually use the procurement software within EasyVista, when you fill out specific information like the bill number, it'll know what the bill of materials is, and it'll, the wizard will then bring up, all of the assets that are being received in. Otherwise, you can just fill this out by hand. Let's just say we got something from Cisco. You can put in the PO number here, whatever that might be for reference. You can fill this stuff in, and bill number. Delivery location is, so the supplier and the delivery location are the only two things that are required. The reason is because the system needs to know where to put it. Okay. And so in this demo system, we've got a lot of locations because this is sort of, representing the whole globe. And you'll see a lot of references to storerooms. If we actually looked at those locations, you'd see that they have an attribute set against them called in stock location. That's set to true. So all the in stock locations are the ones that are showing here. You might have 100 locations, but you don't have any of them designated as stock locations. So when you go to receive, you're not going to see any locations here, and then that's the problem. You need to go back and designate, a location as stock location. So I'm just going to pick one, Barcelona, what the heck. And now right here, if we wanted to link this to a contract, a pre-existing contract, we could use this to do that. We can just hit next. And then so now delivery of new equipment details. And so, like I said, if we had procured something, we had an invoice pending, and we could reference that, then the system would fill out, this information for us. But so what I'm going to do is have to fill it out manually. I'll just pick on that microscope again and see. I'm putting in here. By default, it starts with just a quantity 1, but let's just say I got 10 of them. Okay, so I'm receiving in 10. And then I can designate some other things. And of course, these fields can be augmented. We can put more on the form. We can take some away. Consumption here, if you have like a green IT initiative. Purchase price. I don't know what they cost, but let's just pretend we got $1,000. End of warranty, might make it something like we've got either a 12-month or a 3-year. Who knows? I'll just do something like this, and we'll leave the status that way. Okay, and see, now we have a choice. Do we want the system to generate barcodes for us, or do we want to enter the barcodes because we've already, tagged these things, and we're just entering them into the system? So if we look at the first option, then we can tell the system how we want the barcodes to be generated. What it's doing is it's just creating, asset tags, and and creating barcodes. So we could say something like, I think ABC as a root, and then the number of characters might be 5, and then we start with the value of 1, and then we just say generate equipment. So we could do that. Before I do that, I'm going to go back and show the other option, and then I'll come back to this one. So the other option is just to go in here. And so now, because we put in a quantity of 10, this option is just allowing us to enter the asset tags that we've potentially already placed on the equipment. So we're just going to enter the asset tags, enter the serial numbers. We could actually, this is next user assignment, and see, we can pre-assign. So we could say, yeah, this is going to this person, but we're not going to send it to them until some posted or some date in the future. So we can set the date. And so you can do that, and then hit generate equipment. Now, so I'm going to go back and see, this is pretty straightforward. We kind of know what that's going to do. Let's see what that barcode generator is going to do. So we'll come back in here, and I'll just put that in again. Guess I'll put it in lowercase. What the heck? I'll switch it back. And then 5, and then 1. Start at value 1. How about start at value 10? See what happens. Let me just do that. You will generate 10 equipment with asset tag ABC 10 to ABC 19. And that's what we want. So, not earth-shattering, but see, we still have the opportunity to fill in some more information before we actually generate the actual assets. I'm just going to go ahead and hit the button. And so we're creating these assets, and you can notify whomever you would like to with an email or not, and then just hit finish. And now we should see these assets in the system. Okay, so we could look for them like this, ABC. And there they are. Here's the last one. We'll just take a look at that one. Okay, and so, that's its type that it pulled from the catalog, the model number, the manufacturer type. So those are the three things that are minimally required in an asset record. And then we do have the location. If we looked at that location, we would see that it's a stock location. We could go to Storeroom Barcelona and check that out. That's about it. There's some other things here that could be filled out, more specifically, but that's about it. So that was a pretty quick and simple way of entering in, multiple pieces of equipment in sort of a batch format. But that's still not as handy as doing the final option, which is just creating an integration model, and then importing maybe 10,000 or 20,000, 50,000 records. And we could certainly do that as well. And you can do that at any time. You can either do it at system startup, or, if you wanted to just use a spreadsheet to bring in, 100 records, you can do that at any time. And so the way you would do that, this would be our third option for bringing assets into the system, is what we're basically needing to do is create a spreadsheet that has at least these three fields, because those are required: the type, the manufacturer model, and then any other fields that we feel like we want to populate. I would say for sure the asset tag, because we'll likely use that as the primary key for the record. Potentially location and maybe other things. So this is where, looking at this DCT, let me just pull this up. I've got it in here somewhere. So this is where this DCT helps with this process. What we have here, these tabs are kind of hard to see, but what we have here is we have an equipment catalog, tab that shows, let me just bring this a little bit bigger, that shows these things. Now, if we were to actually look in the equipment catalog, we'd see these fields, and potentially we'd see other fields as well. But these are the fields that we have called out, in this data collection template. It doesn't mean that we can't add more. We could certainly add more. We could even add custom fields if that was, something in your requirements. Now, we could just create a catalog from this spreadsheet here, but not enter any assets. Or we can actually come over to this asset inventory tab and, fill it out. It's pretty much similar to the catalog, except that it's got some asset specific information like, tags and locations and stuff. And filling this out, then we can use this to create a CSV file and import this in to the system. And so,
right.
Yeah,
I do
go
have
ahead.
a real quick question. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
So
no problem.
within Easy Vista, the catalog, the inventory catalog, that is basically where you're calling out the model, correct?
Right.
Where you would want to create, say, the Dell models, HP models, and stuff like that. You would do that in the catalog. Is that
Right.
correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, and just to look at that, maybe. Where did I put it? There it is. Okay. So catalogs, I mean, if you're kind of lost in the system, you can always search for things, right? So just start typing what you're looking for, and then boom, here comes the catalogs. And so we're looking for equipment. You could have just typed equipment. So if you click on the equipment catalog, now I'm looking in the demo system, so this is populated. I've got 3 types, or at least 3 high-level types: facilities, IT, and mobile devices. And then if I drill down in, you can see here I've got a quantity of 111. But if I drill down in, I can see I've got more types underneath, and then underneath that, I've got more types, and then with television. Okay, so now I can also look at it like this: change the view to list view, and I can just see everything listed. And of course, if I need to, I can add more columns so I can see more of the catalog. So like this microscope, for instance, let me just click on that. I'm just picking on it because it's the first one on the list. Now, see here you can see that we've got relationships, in the catalog. So you can see all the equipment and where it's at. You can see what's considered in stock versus, stuff that's also deployed. And we can open this up. It's got a plus, so we see we've got these that we've created just recently, and then we've got several more. Okay, so so this is the catalog, and the catalog basically defines, what your assets are, what, they're, what
Assets or
attributes
models?
Well, it's defining it's so your catalog is defining the model. Your assets are defined by this.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I guess the lowest common denominator here in the catalog would be you go from type to manufacturer, and then model would be the most specific, I guess. And then so in addition to what we see here, if I can get this to collapse. So we have some fields here. And, of course, you can add whatever, more you need to track. But then also there's relationships established to other things. And so you can see here, we talked about attributes, and capacities is another thing as well. But so you can define more things that you want to track about this particular, this model in the catalog. And it's real easy. Just, like over here, you can just come in here and say, I want to add a new asset, new attribute. And so there are some listed here, but if you don't see what you want, then you can go over to a reference table and add additional attributes. Let's just say I want to track, I don't know, I'll just pick on platform. And then the value that I'm going to put in there, this is free form. It's, we're seeing some values, but we're not restricted by just entering those. But so you can add as many attributes. Again, it's just more information that you're adding, and it's real easy to add these attributes on the fly as a user of the system. The other way to do it is you could say, well, I want to bake in some fields, some custom fields, so I want to change the schema. So that can be done as well. You can use these on the fly and add as many of these as you want, and then these are just referenced, and they're shared. these can be shared with other types of assets, or they can be whatever you're wanting to track can be baked in as a permanent field, in the table, the asset table. So just a few things there. So this is the catalog, and you have to have a catalog entry for the type of thing that you're wanting to instantiate as an asset. So you kind of have this, it's like a chicken and the egg thing. Well, what came first is the catalog in this case. And you have to have the catalog has to have the type, manufacturer, model at a minimum, so you can then create assets. Now, what's nice about the integration model is that you can just specify the type, manufacturer, model, and then in the integration model, you're allowed to check a field or a function called auto insert. So it would create, your types and your models and your manufacturers in those reference tables automatically for you. You wouldn't have to build those in first and then come back here and then try to match what you have in those tables here. You can just start with this one inventory spreadsheet and build a lot of tables off of it. It's pretty handy. So let me show you what I'm talking about. If we come into integration, we probably already have one set up in here. I clicked on integration models, and this is a little dash here that shows me that there's a couple of integration models that aren't in a folder. They're just kind of sitting on the root. And these just look like some integration models somebody built. I'm going to go into evSM, and then we've got integration models set up automatic or already in the system. So here's one for equipment. And so if we look at this, okay, these integration models, basically what they do is they just map a source, a data source. It could either be, a connection to, a server, or it could just be a file. And they map it to fields, those columns or fields from that data source are mapped to, columns or field within evSM. And the mapping is handled via this thing we call a connector. So the connector, we have a lot of them predefined, and then, oftentimes we need to, extend these connectors because maybe we add additional fields. And so we have to, if we're going to add additional custom fields and then want to import data into those fields, we're going to have to modify our connector definition. All that connector is, like I say, it's just a mapping. So for instance, if I can't, so here's the thing about an integration model. If I want to see, the source and destination, or if I even just want to see just the destination mappings, I need to upload some sort of file. Typically want to upload a file that's its columns are defined pretty closely to what it is we're trying to do. In other words, what connector we're trying to use. But you could just, you could add any CSV file. The source will be empty, of course, because if you just have a CSV file with nothing in it, but then that'll allow you to then see what the destination, the connector destination fields are. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a legitimate file here. So let me go into here, and let's see if I can find one that is pretty innocuous. Equipment. Okay. So this equipment file. So if I open this up, this equipment file, it's pretty simple. So it's some of its columns aren't filled out, but so we've got asset tags, we've got status, we've got type, model, manufacturer, which are definitely the required fields, and then we've got serial numbers. So, and we don't have that many, records in this. So this is an example of something we could use with the integration model to import this data into our system. So what I could do is, let's see here. Let's see. That's in there. How am I going to get that file over there? Let's see. That's the tricky part. Let me think about this for a second. Do I have, in my remote connection, do I have, what do I have? So, see, that's local, and then this, I don't know what that is. Excuse me. Let's see if I have. So, I might need to turn something on. I don't believe I have the ability to just drag that in. Let me see, copy. I can't paste that in there. Or can I? I just did, didn't I? Did I? Huh. Well, it's a CSV file. I should be able to open it with a text. Yeah, so there it is. All right, so yeah, I know you can do that sometimes. So in this case, I guess we can. So if I was to then share this with each of you, I could do that via the chat. I can just drop this file into the chat. You guys could get it. You could just copy and paste it into your environments, and then you can try doing an upload with the data model, with the integration model. Let me try one thing here. I'm going to see. Okay, where is the chat? There it is. Should be able to drag that file in there. No? Why not? This is Teams, right? I do that all the time. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I normally just can't do that. Well, I'll what I'll do is I'll email this to you guys. Let's see real quick. So I emailed that file to you. What I'm going to do in the VM that I'm using, I'm going to go ahead and import this. So here's what we're going to do. And actually, the better place to import this, I mean, we could import it into the demo system, but then our data would kind of just get mixed in with all the other data, and we could find it. We could search for it and find it. But here's something else we could do. We could log out of the demo system and go to 50,004. Okay, and then use, actually, I believe it's going to be this account, admin EZV, and then the password is just admin. That should get you in. So it gets you in, but you see you have kind of limited functionality. All you can see is just the admin stuff. But for now, I guess that's okay because you can see the integration stuff. But what I would recommend, if you go in as admin EZV with the password admin, go ahead and create yourself an account. So go in and just set yourself up with an account that you could use, a user account. And then you'll be able to see more than just admin. You'll be able to see everything. And so we're going into this 50,004 account because it's empty. You can see there's no employees. If you looked in the assets, there's no assets. If you look in the catalog, there's no catalog. And so, we can do some, exercises in this empty environment and really see that we're actually setting something up. So I'm going to just set myself up with a user in my environment. And I would recommend you guys do the same. Just do something like this. If I can spell my name. And then I'm not really using email. I'm just going to do this. Actually, I'm going to just use my whole email. And then for the profile, and the rest of it's okay the way it is. Hit next. You notice if I go back to the previous, you notice this is another thing about assets. When you're creating a user, you can assign them equipment right here. So like if you're onboarding someone and you want to assign them, their equipment, you can just do it while you're creating their account. Okay. So I've got that. Let me just, a couple more things I need to do. I'll set the domain. If I don't set the domain, it'll default to that domain. But it's always a good practice just to set your domain. Profile's already set. And the last thing I need to do is just set password. Okay. Now I can log in and log out and log in. And I should have more. Oh, come on, how come it's not auto-populating? Making me type everything.
Can I create an account here without an Easy Vista account?
Yeah, you can create an account on your system, on your VM.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want with that. Yeah.
I can use our Stefanini Access example for the email and login.
Yeah, so when you're creating an account, you're going to be putting in a password, and then you're going to be using Easy Vista to authenticate. You're not going to be authenticating, from some other system. You're just using, because these are isolated VMs, right?
Right, that's
But
right.
you can create an account. You can use your Stefanini. You can use your email. You can even use the password that you use for Stefanini, but it's really not talking to your Stefanini authentic. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I understand. Since I can put any integer or Easy Vista logins for now, since I don't have yet access.
Right. So you can do
That's
that.
okay,
Yeah.
right? Okay,
Yep.
thank
Yep.
you.
hmm Okay. And so now I'm logged in. Okay. So now when I look at assets, so I'm in this 50,004 account, which is an empty account, hasn't been set up. I shouldn't see any equipment in here. Unlike the demo account, which has a lot of equipment. Okay, so I'm going to use that file, that equipment inventory, to demonstrate the third way to get assets into EasyVista, which is using this bulk import approach. So I'm going to go into admin, integrations, and then integration models. And, fortunately, I've already got a model set up under asset management. I can use this one, equipment. I'll just click on the pencil. And so I'll upload my file. I'll choose file, and then I'll look on the desktop. I should have it there. Thought I dropped it there. There it is right there. Okay. Bring it in. Upload. Now it says it's uploaded it, so now I can go forward. I've got the next button. Before I didn't have the next button, now I do. And just to be clear, we're doing an insert and update operation against a CSV file, and we're using this a connector called equipment. In the file, it does have a header row. And then I'd also like to create a log so I can see the results of my, integration, my import.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The language says French. Do we want it to default to English?
Oh, good catch. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, very good catch. Because, if you don't, then it will import in French. It does a little bit of. It's admin EZV, all one word, admin EZV. And then the password is admin. Is it not working? 50,004, and then, ADMIN EZV. Is it working? Okay, good. Okay, and so once you're in like that, then you're kind of in an admin shell. You can only see the admin menu, but then if you add your own account and then you set the profile, to admin, then you'll be able to see everything, not just the admin, but everything when you log back in. Okay, so, all right, so then I'm going to go ahead and import this. I'm going to hit next. I'm not going to hit finish. I'm going to hit next because I want to make sure my mappings are correct. Okay, so this is page 2 or step 2. So the source is coming from the CSV file, and the destination is coming from essentially the connector that we chose. So you can see here, we don't have very good alignment. So let's see. I'm going to put asset tag is asset tag, asset status. I think I have a status down here. Should have right there. Now, a little tip is that if your source file has the same labels as your destination, your connector definitions, then they'll map automatically. Or they should, like here, they should have mapped. I don't know why they didn't. They should have. So type, and that matches with type. Model. So yeah, what I just said doesn't really appear to be true, even though I've seen it work that way, and that's the way it's designed to work. I don't know, maybe it's something to do with the VMs. Okay, serial number. I think we have, well, yeah, I know we have it on the destination side. Serial number, network identifier, yep. We have one of those. It's called network identification. Okay, so main user, username, we would have something similar. Main user, username really implies the login. Okay, location is location. I got that wrong. Department is department. End of warranty. Yeah, these source labels are pretty dead on. I don't know why they didn't map. Installation date. There's that one. Next scheduled maintenance. I'm not sure if we've got that one. Let's see. Next scheduled maintenance. Yeah. There's probably like a physical inventory. What do we got here? Last physical inventory. We have like, you don't have a match for that. And I could put it into one of these available fields, but I'm not too worried about it. And I don't see anything that resembles that. Next scheduled action, maybe. I'm not 100% clear, so I'm just going to say, let's just not import that one. And then renew value, username, status, supplier. I'm taking those out. Okay. All right, so I've got these all mapped well. I'm going to go to the next. Now this third page is where we're actually telling the integration, what it's using as a key value. And I would say it's giving us the option to use any of these. Now we could use these in combination, and that would be a composite key, multiple keys. I'm going to use asset tag just because I know my source data has unique asset tags for every record, so that's good. Now here's this auto insertion feature. So with this unchecked, if I unchecked these items, then my source would have to match whatever's in the destination status table, or else that particular field in that record will not get updated. That has to do with data, constraints, data integrity. But if I check this, then this is telling the integration to go ahead and add this to the reference table, add this value. So we're allowing this particular integration to update our reference table. So our status table, which is sometimes a good idea, sometimes not. status table for assets, all of those statuses mean something. If you add arbitrary statuses into the status table, it'll take it, but the processes won't understand those statuses. So it may or may not be a good idea. I know that in our source, everything's set to active. I don't even need to have this checked. I can leave it checked. It's not what I'll see when I integrate, when I run this integration, I'll see whether or not the status table had any items added to it or any items upgraded or updated in it. So I'll just leave this checked and see. Type, I definitely want to have the type checked because we don't have anything in our system. So we want to start adding types to our type table. We also want to check this and add models and manufacturers because we don't have anything. If we left these unchecked, then our equipment catalog would not be created properly. Now let's see, what else do we have? Now I don't really want to modify my employee table from an asset source because my employee table is kind of sacred. It's being updated. Theoretically speaking, a system should be updated by some IDM or AD or some other external system that handles employee data. So we don't want to have equipment data updating that. Location, potentially the same thing. Normally location departments all updated from another source of truth. That would be something like Active Directory or PeopleSoft or some other IDM. But because this is a demo system, we don't have any data in it, I'm going to say, yeah, let's go ahead and populate these tables as well, just so we can see some data. And now this clear if empty, this just means that if my source is empty, then clear off any definitions that matches that, not matches, any definition that is in the destination for that record. Clear that particular. And so a lot of times I don't like to have these checked because I don't want my records being cleared of any of my fields being cleared in EasyVista by an integration. Sometimes there's a case for that, but we'll uncheck those. And then you can see here, some of these documents look like they have, there's some writing on them. That means, so the blanks just mean they're null, but then if these have actually a definition behind them, so these are normalization definitions. So let's take a look at what we got here. Servers. So what it's, for every instance of server that it sees in the source, it's going to convert it to say servers as a type. And I'm not sure I want it to do that. So I'm going to take this out, and I want it to just, if the type is, let's see, yeah, it's cleared. If the type is servers, then I just want it to be servers. For manufacturer, yeah, HP, we're just making it HP. That's okay. So what this is normalization, configuration.
Hey, Rick, I got a question on that normalization.
Mm-hmm.
So I know if you put if you have normalization of Dell to Dell.Inc. or, Hewlett Packard to HP, I understand that normalization. Is there a way that you can kind of use a wildcard and put it like Dell within the wildcard to convert anything that comes over with that Dell name in it to just like Dell Inc.? Is there a way, you could do something like that?
Yeah, not this.
You understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, this just is just text based. We can't use like regular expressions or wildcards or
right.
anything for
Yeah,
this.
expressions, wildcards, right? Yeah, because sometimes when data comes over from, say, SCCM, it'll be not corrupted, but the characters it'll have strange characters in it. And I was just wondering if you could kind of use some kind of wildcard in order to get rid of those and bring it in as, like, say, like Delink or something, as an example.
Yeah, I mean, we could not here with the normalization. We can do that in other ways. By using SQL scripts whenever we're importing data, and then we have a technique where we use a couple of different staging tables. So the first staging table is just bringing in all the raw data from the external system, and then when we then move the data from the first table to the second table, we'll use some scripts to clean up the data. And then the second table then has clean data the way we want it to be. And then we'll then use that as our source to pull that data into ezVista.
I see. All right.
So yeah, there's a way to do it, but yeah, this is not that sophisticated. It's just basically, we're taking a text value and we're making it another text value.
Gotcha.
And yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think we're ready to go now. Reason we have a finish here and an execute. If you hit finish, then that just saves the model, but it doesn't execute it. So sometimes you just want to come into the model and make some changes and then hit save and then just let it execute on its own automatically at its scheduled time. I want to go ahead and execute it, of course. And so when I execute, it'll save and then execute at the same time. So I'm going to do that. So it says it's saved. And now it's going to execute. What we're expecting to see is these progress bars, move just like that. So it says we have 102 SQL commands. So that's not meaning that we have 102 items that we've imported. It's essentially meaning we have 101 items that we imported, because the first row, of course, was the header row. So if we can see that here, when we look at the log, 101 records were imported, 85 were inserted, 16 were updated. So that's kind of interesting. When I look at that, let me just... It said SQL, SQL commands. It basically was counting up all the rows in the source. And so when you did that, you only got 10? Wow. Well, that's unusual. Yeah. So what we really want to see is the log and see what it did. And you can actually, on any of these numbers that are hyperlinked, we can drill down in. So we can see here in the asset table, we added 85 asset records and we updated 16. In the catalog, we added 14 new categories and we updated 87. So there's a lot of assets that use the same, category. So what that tells me. In departments, we didn't add any departments because we didn't have any departments in our source. And employees, we added 1. Interesting. I thought I unchecked that. So it says we added 1. Let's see what 1 record was added, but it says it's a dash. So if we come in here and look at this, we can see, this is what we did so we added this to our equipment catalog, and these were updated. Okay. Okay. So where are you looking? Oh, here. Yeah. And you're not, so yeah, that's unusual. I wonder if there's something going on with the VM. And so the file is this file that I sent you, right? So that file looked good, I guess. And you got it. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't expect what you're seeing to be what, we would expect to see. We would expect to see something like this. I mean, if your VM is not working properly, I think I can get you another one. Okay. Yeah, if it keeps on doing weird things, we can always try another VM. Okay, so then what we want to do is we just want to go look at our assets. It's always a good thing to do once you do an integration, just double check things. And what you should do is match it to your source file. And so I'm looking here. Let me just change this. I'm in the inventory. I want to change it to list. See, I've got 85 records. Okay. I see what happened. Okay. So what happened is I got 85 records. I should have, had 101 records created. But this, if we look at the source, see here, we said that the asset tag needed to be unique. And I see that it's actually not unique right here. So what the system did was it added the first record because it was unique at that time. But then when this next record came up, the system said, well, hey, this isn't unique. This is the same one as this is the same as the previous one. So you must be wanting me to update instead of insert. And so that's what it did for the rest of these. So it basically changed this record however many number of times, 16 times. And so we should have ended up with this end value for the serial number of 17. Everything else is the same. So this record should have been updated 17 times, and then because of this tag, this unique key being the same. And so we should have a serial number of 17 for that asset. So let's see if that's true. We come in here and search for, well, we can just look, it's right there. And there's the serial number 17. So yeah, that's what happened because this wasn't unique. Now, what we could have done is we could have said, well, let's use the asset tag and the serial number as a composite key, and then it would have added everything. So, and we can still do that. Come in here and run it again, just, make that key a little bit more robust. So I don't want to do that. I want to come in here and do this. And go here and equipment. And so now I'm just going to go, I've loaded it. I don't need to reload it. all of this is mapped well. The only thing I need to change is I need to make this a composite key, and I'm going to use the serial number as well as the tag. So now between the two, I should have more uniqueness. And so what I would expect to happen now is that I'm going to have 16 records insert and 85 update. Let's see what happens. I still get my 102. 102 minus 1 for the header row. If we look in here, I've got 16 that updated. No, right here, 85 that updated. Insert. Okay, let me take a look. I've got warnings here. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm getting what's called a unicity check violation. And what that means is that we have the system set to not allow for record duplication on the asset tag. And so it's prohibiting the insert of those records. So if I was change that constraint, I come over here to admin, and then I just happen to know it's in under parameters, this thing called uniqueness. And I say, well, let's look at our asset table and let's see what fields we have set active that have to be unique. And so this one is. So if I turn this off and then run that again, see, that took me to the log. Yeah, okay. And this will be the last time, hopefully, we'll get all of our records in there, even though they'll be duplicate, which is not ideal, but we're just playing in a sandbox right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and I've got to get to the place where I can hit execute. I don't need to change anything. So now when I run this, I should have those other records insert. I'll still see 85 updates, but then I'll see 16 inserted. Let's see if that's true. There we go. No more errors. So I inserted all of them. If I come over here, now I forced it to do something that I really shouldn't have because we don't want duplication on the asset tag. That's not good. But for today, it's okay. So yeah, let me switch this to list view. Now I've got 101 records, and if I scroll down, the last few of them should be duplicate asset tags. Yeah. Yeah, so I didn't mean to demonstrate all that, but that was a pretty good demonstration of how you can prohibit duplicate records, and how the system will not import if your unique key has duplicate records. So yeah, we got them all in. Okay, so let's see. How did everybody do with that? I know that Sebastian, you had a little bit of a problem with it. Huh. Wow, that's Yeah, there's something, I don't know, there might be something like in the integration model that, so are you using? Okay. Well, if you wanted to, we could, I mean, if you wanted to share your environment, we could troubleshoot it maybe. Okay. All right. So let's see. All right. So, okay. So we saw the different methods for getting the assets in. So now, now that we have our assets in by one of those methods or any or all three of them or what have you, then we're going to get into this area here called equipment management. And equipment management is just that. It's we've got our records in. Now we want to use these different wizards, if you will, to move the information or modify the information. So there's several wizards. You know, if we look in the system for assets, you know, we can see there's quite a few wizards in here. Now, comparably, if you go look in another area and look at how many wizards there are, there's probably not as many as these. You know, the asset process seems to, you know, have the most of these. So you can see here we've got all kinds of options. So let's just say, well, let's just take a look at this. So this one here, assigning equipment to an employee, either doing it permanently or doing it temporarily. So permanently, we would use this wizard called install and move. So if we just kind of look at this a procedure, so the person that would be doing this, asset manager, most likely, you know, the path to get to the record is, you know, following this path, asset configuration, then equipment, and then inventory. And so that's where we're going to find our wizard.
Who started out as a scientist.
Remember, the wizards are dynamic and they're content specific. So if we were in a different area, we'd see a different list of wizards, but we want to be in this area. And then what we're doing is to actually say maybe assign a record and a user or an owner. We're going to select the record, then we're going to find this wizard here called install move. The install move wizard will let you do things like just assign ownership, but you can also move the equipment as well while you're, you know, assigning ownership. Or you might not want to change the ownership, but you might want to move, you know, without changing ownership. So we're going to do these things, and we'll see. You know, if changing equipment ownership, then click, you know, select a new owner. If not, leave it alone. If you're changing the location, you know, department status, you change those. And so pretty simple. It's just, you know, just want to point out that, you know, instead of when you come into a record, instead of trying to, let's see if I can get into this record, trying to come in right here and say, well, I want to change this. Well, you could, as an admin, you could modify the field so it's read write, and then you could change it to the proper user that you want, and then you can modify the form again to make it read only so nobody else could do it. But the wizards actually do multiple things for you, not just change one field at a time. They change multiple fields at a time. And so that's why some of these fields are grayed out. It's usually a clue that they probably have a wizard that that modifies them. So we would come up here. Now I'm in the record. I can still see the wizard even though I'm in the record. I could have just been on the last screen and selected the record. And you could actually select multiple records if you wanted to apply the wizard to multiple records. But I'm in this record here. I'm going to just try this one. And at this point, it's, you know, I could change the owner. Right now, we don't have an owner. So let me just see. Yeah, I guess I'm the only one in there. So I'll just put my name in for this particular piece of equipment. And let's see, do we have any locations? No, because we haven't filled out the location table. The status, I can, you know, typically when you're assigning an asset, you want to make sure that the status is active. It wouldn't make sense to change it to something else. So we'll leave it like that. Department, I don't know if we have any departments. No, we don't. We haven't filled that table out yet. So I'm just going to be just changing the owner is all I'm going to be doing. So hit next. It's telling me which record I'm going to be doing. And it says move, but you know, I'm not moving anything. I'm just basically assigning ownership. And then so I've got my name in there. It's not, you know, like it's not rocket science, not a big deal, but you know, this thing will handle multiple assignments or multiple location changes of multiple records. So that's when it becomes a little bit more powerful. So
Hey, Rick, just a real quick question on that. So once you've made that change, is that somewhere, is that change audited somewhere? So can I look back in the record and say, oh, hey, Rick made that change on this date? Is there somewhere where that would be recorded?
yeah, that's a great question. So let's take a look. So I don't see it here. See here, there's a relationship called history of change. Let's see, am I seeing it here? Should be.
I don't see it on mine.
Let me look to see if it might be hidden.
Okay.
So come up here, look into elements. Hidden, no, it's not hidden. History of change, it's right there. We're just not seeing it. It's there. So let's close this and look again. Let's see, history of change. If I have to, I'll move it up to the top.
I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either. Well, let's try something. It should be here, even though there's no records. You should still be able to see it. But let's try something. So
okay.
I'm going to go to the area where you actually set up the auditing, the history management area. So in admin again, and then come into parameters. Now we could just search for this, but I happen to know it's in here. History of change or history management. So then in asset, I'm going to go ahead and sort by the tables. And so in asset, I can audit, and I've got, these are actually turned on right now. I can audit when the location changes, when the status changes, tag changes. I don't see the owner, but let me take a look at all the fields.
I think all right, history management. Okay, I'm there.
So I bet you, let's find the owner. And we'll enable that. There are a lot of fields in here. Change, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's see.
You must be one table ahead of me because
Did you sort looking at asset?
I did not.
And then also make sure the filter says none, because it comes up by default just showing the active ones. The ones that are available or active. I'm pretty sure there's an owner. Thought there was. Yeah, asset owner change right there. So I'm going to turn that on and hit save. So now I've told it to go ahead and audit any changes to the asset owner. So then if I come back in and make a change to that record or any other record, I should be able to see it in what's called the history of change relationship or related element. So let me go back to that record right here. I can just use my history drop down. Okay, so now I'm not going to see anything right now, but if I were to change this, let's see, I can just unassign. So I'll just do that. Go from here. And basically, I just say none. And change that. And I can see that guy in here. And drag him up to the top. Actually, let me do this. It might be simpler. Do that. Move this to the top. Move back. Save. Save. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Let's do this. I'm just going to come in here. Instead of these BMBs that we're using for training, I'll use one of my servers. And let's see. Don't have too many in here. Well, let's see. Yeah, history of change, changed by equipment. Let me just see. If we can demonstrate this thing, if we can get it to work. So, location. Okay, I guess I need to find in this table. The owner. Save that. Okay, let's see. I've got some history of change in here, and that was status change and a location change. Let's see if we can get it to recognize a owner change.
So by just making that one change, it will audit all of that, all of those fields? Or do you have to go through and select each individual field?
Yeah, you have to select the field you want to have audited. If you tried to audit everything, there's a little bit of a limitation because, due to performance, if you had it auditing everything. So I think you can audit, well, there's a maximum number of fields you can audit. And you have to definitively turn on what you want to audit.
Okay.
I'll just try this. Yeah, so see, it showed it right here. So I'll have to send a little note over to my training B&B specialist and let him know that his VMs are not working perfectly.
Yeah. So real quick, after you are in the history management, and then the AM asset portion of history management, you had a list of all available, and mine's only showing the checked ones. Is there a filter or something I have to turn off?
Yep. So right here.
Where are you at? Okay.
Change that to none.
I gotcha. Okay.
And that'll show you everything. Then if you sort by table, then you can see all of those that are available. Now you can add new ones.
Okay.
Right now we've got 143 defined. If I was to see how many are actually working or active, there's 13. But you could come in here and say, yeah, I want to define a particular rule. And but you have to do that on a field by field basis. I mean, it's not something you can just say, yeah, look, just anytime, any field changes, then.
Well, no, and honestly, I wouldn't want to audit all of the tables, but or the fields, just some of the main ones, and then that would then tell you who's making those changes. Correct?
Yeah. You can turn on the like you could. I'm just thinking about this for a second. Do we have a last changed by? I mean, well, we can. So you're auditing the field that got changed, and then it shows who changed it. So if I come in here and look at that again, so the previous value was, me, and then I changed it to this, and then I did the change. It says that right here.
Change
and
by, right.
when I did it. Yeah.
See, that is exactly what I would be looking for. And then just on certain fields, right?
Yeah, you can set that on, I think, you can set it on any field you wish. It's just, and I'm not sure how many you can set, what the maximum limit is.
Change. So I see all the fields listed here now. All right.
And there's a new button there, so you can add new definitions if you don't find the field you're looking for.
So like if I wanted to say location, I'm not seeing location on my list though here.
Not seeing location for the assets?
Correct. I might not have everything filtered correctly though.
So there's asset location right there.
Oh, it's right at the top. Asset location. Okay, so that one's being filtered, right?
Yeah.
Asset owner would be filtered. Okay, cool. All right, excellent. I got it now. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I know we've been going for a little while, a couple of hours. Does anybody want to take a break? We're all over the place in all different time zones.
If we could take a 5-minute break, because I haven't been able to log into the development environment, or the empty environment, so I've kind of been following along in the environment with all the data in it.
Oh, okay.
Just when I try to log in, it keeps giving me a password error. So
okay, so it's hopefully all of these VMs are set up the same way. So just username admin EZV, and then the password is just admin.
Right, that's what I've been trying,
and it hasn't been working for you.
No, it's been giving me an error. So
well, so it's something I can take a look at.
Right, if we could just take 5 minutes or something, and
Sure.
everyone else take a quick break, and I'll just kind of work through this issue here.
Well, why don't we do like 15, because I've got to go use the restroom, and
Okay.
5 minutes goes by in a blink of an eye.
Right.
So
Exactly.
yeah. So like quarter after.
Sure, that's great.
All right, and then I'll take a look at your VM while we're on the break.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. Or am I on mute?
Hey, Rick, I'm back. I actually shut my headset off, so I don't know if you've been talking or not.
So can you hear me, Barry?
I can now. I haven't. I was been dead silent till right now.
Okay. Yeah, I may have had my microphone turned off. Yeah. So everybody's talking to each, to ourselves, I guess. So I looked at your system and it's
Okay.
working.
Okay.
Just the password is just lowercase ADMIN.
Okay. What's the actual ID I'm logging in with? Is it
Yeah.
admin EZV at
Right. No,
easyvista.com?
no, just admin EZV.
Okay, maybe that's kind of what I've been doing here. All right, give me one sec here.
And if that doesn't work, I put in an account for you.
Like under my own name.
Yeah, your first name and then passwords. Barry123.
Okay. EZV. And yeah, see, it's still saying cannot company not found. Interesting.
Well, do you want to share your screen? Maybe.
I can.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we could get to the bottom of it.
All right. So 50,004.
Yeah, and then just admin EZV.
EZV.
Right.
Okay. And then
Admin.
in lowercase, right?
Right.
All lowercase. And then I click on, I hit enter. Hello. All righty. Fantastic. Thanks for being there.
Every time I drive my car into the mechanic, it never does the same noise that I hear.
Right.
On its best behavior when it's at the doctor's office.
Right. All righty. I'm good here. Thanks.
Yeah, it's who knows. I'll sit there and do that, for a while and not know what the heck's going on. I'll just get up and leave, come back, and then try it again, and it works.
Yeah. Well, before I was putting in like the at Easy Vista or the at whatever. I think it's entry or something like that .com.
Yeah.
And so that was my first problem.
evTry. Yeah, it's just.
Oh yeah.
Because we have different VMs and different training environments, and we use I think, yeah, so for your 50,004 and 50,005 accounts, those are totally empty, so none of those accounts are in there, so that's why that's not working now. In demo, well, these are what we call these little training VMs. They get spun up by a script. They're a AWS script that whenever I request 5 VMs, they spin them up like nobody's business really quick, and they just tell me they're ready in like 20 minutes. They're set up the same way every time, but they're set up with passwords that are different than what you normally see in the training environment. So
I see.
Yeah. So.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Kind of. So. All right. Well, let's see where we're at here. So. Before I go any further, I just want to, I guess, ask: are there any questions about anything we've covered, or anything that you'd like to see before I just continue with this document?
I did have one more question about audit, if I may.
Sure.
All right. So if you have 2, 3 fields checked, and I noticed that there were several that were already checked. So let's, how much data does that store? So like on a regular asset that we would give out to an employee, uh, we're probably going to have only 2, 3, things audited, right? As far
Mhm.
as like a name change, perhaps location, status, right? And then through the life of that asset, we'll probably get it back, within 3 years, and won't have a whole lot of activity.
Mhm.
But then, like, let's say there's a loaner PC that we loan out to several different employees. So we're getting, we loan this thing out like say a dozen times or 2 dozen times, right? So a lot of
Mhm.
asset changing, a lot of name changing, maybe possible location changing because we're shipping it to different locations throughout the company.
Sure.
I mean, how much of that gets stored in the audit? Is there only like 2, 3, 5 maybe, or does it store all of it?
Well, yeah, the changes that you've asked to be recorded, whatever you've asked to be recorded, it'll be saved. It'll be
Okay,
always saved and always there.
right. All right. So we can be able to go back, maybe a year or so and still
Sure.
see who made those changes and then, okay, so that's cool. And then my next question, this will be my final question on auditing, is there any way to you can add a comment to that audit, like why you made that change, right? I put this in Rick's name because he needed a loaner or I don't know, something of that nature. Is there any kind of comment that you could add to that audit?
Um,
You understand what I'm asking?
yeah, I know what you're asking. It's
Why you made the change? This is kind
yeah,
of what I'm asking.
yeah. I'm just thinking, how we might be able to do that because that's an automatic process, right?
I see.
We're not intervening. We're not asking the user to do anything. But let me think about that for a second. See,
Sure.
what we could do, because that's just a table, and those are records in a table. It's in the history table. So what we could do is we could set up a business rule that says, anytime a particular field in the history table gets changed, then present. Now this presenting part I'm thinking about here for a second. Present um, some sort of input box that says give us some more information, and then we could record that in the history table. But I'm having to think about that. How would we do that? Where would we present that? We could yeah, I'd have to think about that because
Alrighty.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't want to slow down class here, so we can just move on. If you think about it, please let me know, because that is something that kind of interested in.
Yeah. Well, would this be for a specific change or just any change?
So yeah, just any change that one of those fields gets changed. Okay, just type in like the reason why. And normally, because why I'm asking is because we're contracted out to clients to do this sort of stuff, right? And normally we don't make a change unless the client tells us to, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are rules governing that and procedures, but we normally like to kind of say, okay, if the client says, well, sends us an email and says, hey, here, make this change because of this, then we can cut and paste that email into, we have that documentation, right?
Uh-huh.
Or things of that nature. Or hey, Rick said to make this change because, I don't know, for any reason. And we just like to kind of have that why we made that change and put into the system so that in the event that someone comes back several months later, a year later, and they're like, oh, hey, why did Barry make that change? Because he should. Oh, hey, here's why, right? Because we can just view that in the record or in the asset itself.
Okay.
So that's why I was asking.
Well, so Yeah, so, well, I'm thinking, in tickets, of course, we have the option for, folks to put in comments.
Right,
But
exactly.
yeah, so there's, there's that capability when you look at a ticket. Are you guys seeing my screen? Because I don't see the little red border around it. Am I
I do
sharing?
not see your screen.
Oh,
No, not yet.
how about
There we go.
that?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, only that one? Huh. Okay. Well, that's no good. How come it's not sharing that? I'm going to have to change that.
I can see a blank screen right now. Oh, there we go.
So I want to share this. Nope. That's weird. I used to be able to share that. So what the heck? Let's see. Something different. Screen, sharing out the screen, not the window, but the whole screen. I mean, you can see that, but then if I want to show you, you can't see. So you can see the green, right?
Correct.
But then when I do that, what do you see?
I see Easy Vista, the asset page.
Okay, good. So you are seeing it. Okay.
Yep.
It's just the red border goes away. Okay, so asset page. So yeah, so so yeah, I'm just thinking about that. So we can audit changes, and we can have it automatically, record those changes in the history. We could, of course, make it so that you could, add a comment whenever you make a change. But you're wanting to actually have it in the change log. So yeah, let me think about that to see if there's something we could do with that.
That would be ideal. I mean, if there's another place we could add a comment that stores the date and it's permanent, then yeah, that would suffice as well, right? Just as long as we can add a comment and it's time date stamped, that would be perfect.
And you'd want that in any record, like an asset.
Yeah, in the assets, CIs, things of that nature. Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, so let's get back to this. I can get this thing to cooperate. Let's see. So I'm going to talk through some of this, and if you have any questions, I'll stop and demonstrate it. But so this next piece here is just basically being able to sign equipment to people temporarily. Another name for that is just loan equipment. So there is loan management in the system. So if you look here, you've got loaners somewhere. Where is that? I'll search for it because I know it's here. Loan management under equipment. I just didn't see it. It's right there. So yeah, you can, of course, assign equipment to somebody, on the basis of doing a loan. And so how you would do that is like this. You would go into, equipment, loan equipment, and then you come down here and you'd use this wizard on loan, and you'd follow these steps here. And so then you could loan out equipment to, somebody. Let's see if I have any equipment in this thing. You must select a piece of equipment. Let's see. Let me change this to in stock. 50,004. Okay. Let me try that one. So I'll take this one, go on loan, and then the recipient, just make it the only person that's in there. Schedule return date, just say tomorrow, and then I can indicate location. I don't think I have any locations in the system, so it's not a required field. And so then you get a little notification you could send out or not, but then that puts this particular piece in that status. So let me see, where's the status field? For that one, let me just change this to on loan. I've got that. It would be handy if I could see its status. So I've got status right here for some reason. And I could put the user, just changing the list view. So now I can see it's been lent. But anyway, it's in that status, and then we could take it off status, of course, by returning it from loan, or return from repair. So if we just do that, then, it knows which pieces are on loan, and we could just change the status to, I'll just put it back in stock. Next. And location, I didn't have it set. I could set it back to another location if I had changed that. I don't need to set any of that. I'll just hit next. It says location, yeah, it is required. It's looking for me to put it into a stock location. So let me just create a location real quick, and then we'll see how that works. So come down here. So some of these things have to be defined, of course, before you can use the functionality of some of these wizards. So like locations, the assumption would be that we would have those in there. And so I'll just put one in real quick. Name, I'll just call it Los Angeles. And I'll call it a stock location, right? And that's important that I do that. So this shows up now as a stock location. Let me just turn that off for a second and save that. Go back to my equipment. Say this one's in that lent status. Let's see if I can. Let's see, on loan and then return. So I want to return it. Okay. But location. Okay, Los Angeles is showing up. Okay. And did I not put it? Did I not give it a status? Let's see. So that didn't work exactly like I thought it was going to. Let's take a look at that again. Location. Pretty sure I set that. Yeah. I guess I could return it to that location. But yeah, it's not the same as returning it to stock. And there's actually another wizard for that. So let's see. Let me go back here. equipment. And I've got this, let's just say, okay, so I've got this, it should actually be, this is assigned to somebody, so it should actually be in an active state when it's assigned to somebody. Save. Now, there is a wizard. Return to stock. And when you do that, then you only see stock locations. So I'm not seeing that location right now because I have it set to not be a stock location. Jumping around a little bit, but let me go back to this. Make that a stock location. Go back to the equipment. Now I want to return it to stock. I'll go back to the equipment. Return to stock. And now I should see that stock location right there. So I just do that. I don't really need to set anything else. And then it automatically sets it to in stock. And then it takes my name out of it. Should. So my name's out. It's in stock. It's in LA. Okay. So that's how, one of these other wizards that it's called return to stock works. But so multiple wizards, there's a lot of multiple functionality here. So on loan, return from loan, same thing for repair. You send for repair, and then you designate where you're sending it to, and you have notification capabilities, and then you then receive it back when it your asset has been repaired. Let's see, attaching, detaching. This one's kind of interesting because what this allows you to do when you look here, so here's a piece of equipment, and there should be a relationship called related equipment right here. Now, so let's just say, for instance, this is it's a laptop, but maybe you also have associated with this laptop, maybe a monitor, some other things, keyboard, mouse, whatever else you might have, and you want to, associate all that with this laptop. Well, you have an option where you can come in here and you say new, and then you can go pick those other assets, right? One at a time, which is kind of, arduous. Or what you can do instead is you can come up here and say, all right, let me go back to the inventory. Inventory, change that to list so I can see something. So let's just say I want to relate all of these pieces. They happen to all be laptops, but let's just say I want to, select a number of them and then relate them to some other piece of equipment. I can say attach equipment, and then, attach equipment, and then I'm saying, okay, let's see, I'm attaching it to that piece of equipment, and that piece of equipment should then have all of these attached to it. So now, if I could just remember which one that was, I thought it was 63. Yeah, then these are attached to it. So again, kind of looks simple, but there's a use for it. Attach equipment, and then also I think there's attach equipment, and then there's a let's see something here. Related equipment, attach equipment. We recommend use second method. When you detach, it's not affect the equipment anyway. There's detach. Detach 2 items. Yeah, I guess there's no wizard for detaching several items. That's what I was looking for. So I guess the way you would have to, detach your equipment is just come in here and just click on those guys right here and to detach the relationship. So anyway, that's that. There's, again, we have all of these, like I said, we have a lot of wizards or these functions related to assets, because there are a lot of different things you can do with assets. Like here's one where you're replacing equipment. So this would be used if somebody has a piece of equipment that's beyond repair and they just need to have it replaced. So this particular wizard will walk you through the process of identifying the equipment that you're replacing, and then then designate the new equipment that you're assigning. And so you can see here just in this summary, these summary steps, what it does. Now you can, well, I guess I've got some screenshots here. So which equipment replaces the selected equipment, and then, it does it. And then which, what happens to the replaced equipment? What are you going to do with it? So, that's that function. This is an interesting one where you can actually transfer equipment between not only departments, I should say departments and locations. I should transfer equipment, I guess I'll put it like that, between departments and locations, because you can do both. And so what it is, it's a two-step process. You actually propose, the person that's wanting to transfer the equipment proposes the transfer, and then notifies the person on the other end that they're proposing this transaction. And then the other person accepts the proposal, and then the equipment is then transferred. At least it's transferred in the system. So what you could use this for is the transfer proposal goes out, but then the acceptance doesn't happen until, the equipment's received on the other end. But the way that works is you take a piece of equipment. We'll just try one. I'm going to edit this view because I keep jumping to this. So I'm going to edit this view and make this the default view. Okay. So let's just say this piece of equipment here that's in stock, I want to transfer it. So I come up here and I say transfer proposal. And then new department. I probably don't have any departments. See, again, this is where, you want to get your system implemented fully so you can use a lot of these things. Let's see. I guess I'll put a couple departments in. You can switch over to the demo database, but let's just put a couple departments in. Departments are down here under directory. And let's see. So one, we'll just call it info technology, something like that. And I'll do another one. Operations. Just a couple. Okay, so then going back to our list. Okay, so this particular guy I'm going to highlight, and then I'm going to say I want to propose transferring this. And I'm going to transfer it to operations. And then say next. And then, so this would be the way that I could notify, and I can change, the body of this to say what I want it to say. As a matter of fact, if I employed, as a side note, something called mail templates, then I would have a choice of different template styles I could drop down and have pre-defined variables that show things a little bit differently. But so anyway, I'm not going to send that notification. So I'm going to have that item now to be transferred. It's in that state. Okay, now that notification email would prompt, the person that you're wanting to transfer to accept on their side. So some sort of notification, some sort of communication happens. And then you can come in here and then use this accept transfer. And you don't have to highlight this because it knows what items are in the transfer or to be transferred state. So it meaning the system. So I could just do that. Anything that's in that state, it'll find it. And, I just come in here and say, yeah, go ahead and accept that. And we're going to transfer it to operations. And then you also have the choice here of location. And actually, it's required. So I'll just put it in like that. Notice I think I only have one location. I should put more in there. But, and you could, like if you're doing a transfer to maybe to another department or location to fulfill a request, you could actually put in the person's name that's requesting whatever it is you're transferring, and then set an assignment date, into the future just a little bit, and then, actually have that be assigned to that person at that time. So what I'm doing is I'm not assigning it to anybody. I'm just transferring it between locations and departments, and I'll just put it back in stock. Okay, so I can see here the location, and then if I wanted to, let me just see. It should show the department. Where is it? Oh, down here. So yeah, we could modify the view to show the department as well if we wanted to. Okay. So there's that. And then, so the proposal, acceptance. Okay. Returning to stock, we saw. Updating equipment. This one's kind of an interesting one because it's a global update. So you can do all of this. So, for instance, and you can do it to several items at the same time. So let's just say I want to update all of these and come in here and just say update. And then I can tell it, what do I want to update? And so I might want to change the depreciation rule. We don't have any depreciation rules in the system, but if we did, that would be a drop down. Let's see, last repair technician. I'm not getting anything for that. So what can I change? Fixed asset number, standard bill, buyback value. Yeah, any of those I could change. Let me just change. Well, let's just say we did last physical inventory. We'll just update that. So last physical inventory, we just did that today, let's say. And so then over here, the action to complete, we can say update all, or only update if empty, or empty the field. We're wanting to update all of those things we selected from 3958 to 62 with that value. So we're going to update 5 things. And we could have just as easily said something like this. Let's select all and do an update. And the same thing here. Let me just say usage estimated percentage. I'm just going to put 10%. I'm going to update that 10% across everybody that I've selected. So 101, all the equipment. So I could then pick any one of these, and I should be able to see that value set to 10%. I think it's down here. Yeah, right here. So anyway, that's global update. Handy little feature. And then again, so working through these, yeah, they're all pretty easy to figure out. Let me take a look at what else we've got here. Deleting equipment, that's pretty straightforward. It's just the delete wizard, and you can delete equipment. Now, one thing I might point out is that something like this, you would want to only make that particular wizard available to a specific group of people, because you just really don't want people deleting stuff in the system. And so obviously something like that delete wizard would be, I think it's actually here at the record level, delete, but I think it's also at the grid view level. Yeah. No, if you do a delete, it deletes it from the database. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. So the relationships get deleted, but the rest of the data that's related to this record, that remains intact. Well, so the bigger point is that you really don't want to be deleting this sort of function. I actually recommend that a profile be created, called a profile kind of like a root profile or a super user profile, that you create like a super admin profile, and the only difference between it and a regular operational admin profile is that you've removed the delete functionality. Now, you can always go into that elevated permissions status profile and use it to delete things. But the only reason you want to delete things is if they were, put in by mistake. There's obvious reason for wanting to delete something. But, if it's transactional data that has history behind it, I would not recommend deleting it. I would recommend archiving it and maintaining that data and, the data relationships. So what I was going to point out here is this delete and any place where you have a delete, and there are multiple places where you have this delete function, you want to disable it. So even as an administrator, so like here, if we come in here and look at, where deletes might be. So under equipment inventory, we can see over here, this is the delete wizard. Just as we can see, all of these wizards that are available. So if there's something like this, I would recommend doing that, saving that, and we're doing that at the admin level where admin's sort of considered to have, all the privileges, but I would, argue that you might want to just sort of set up an account like it's maybe a super do account like in Unix, a sudo account, but it's not actually the actual root. And there's certain things you just don't allow anybody but the actual root user to be able to do. So if you did something like this, and then went back, I've saved it. And go back to inventory. I might have to log in to see that take effect, but yeah, no, it's gone. So yeah, deleting records is not, especially, these sorts of things that are SQL, not a good idea. So a better strategy would be to disable that and then only enable it in, certain situations. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and for we have a policy that we just don't delete assets. We, in the event that there's a duplication or something else, something maybe have gotten added that wasn't supposed to be added, we would then just, like as a duplication, we would rename it so it doesn't match the other asset, and then we would retire it in one way or another. So we don't ever delete. Yeah, that's a definite rule of asset management.
Sure, yeah, because once it's deleted, it's gone, and anything that was related to it is, gone. And so those other entities are still there. You haven't deleted them, but their relationships have been broken to that item that you've deleted. So, and sometimes deletions can create orphan data. When you're running a delete through a wizard like this, it'll clean up anything that gets orphaned like that, but it's still deleting. So it's not, the reason it's in there is because, you might be setting something like this up and then you're just messing around and then you want to delete all these records. So there's two ways to delete. You can delete, with a wizard, or another approach would be to come into the admin area and then use the purge functionality, which is right there. And this cleans up records as well. And it does it in a more bulk fashion. So like if you're wanting to purge out, all the transactional data, because the idea would be that you've backed all this up to a data store and then you want to get it out of your system, because you might have 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years worth of data, and you can move most of that off to a data store for reporting purposes, data warehouse, and then just, lighten up the load on your system. Okay. So, we have, of course, the ability to designate items that have been recycled instead of scrapped, because you've got a couple of options there. You can literally delete, or you can discard, scrap, recycle. Let's see. Okay, and now, certainly, with each of your assets, you have the ability to record, a lot of financial data around those assets. You can set up a depreciation schedule. There, like you can apply a, straight line depreciation rules over time, either a yearly depreciation schedule or a month by month. And so, yeah, you can track the purchase price. You can set up cost centers, and you can actually share the cost of items. IT can share the cost back to those cost centers. So if you've purchased items that other departments are using, you can do what's called a chargeback. And that's what this is down here somewhere. Well, it's at the bottom beyond contracts, but a chargeback here, I'll just go to it real quick. Let's see where it's at. Under licenses, consumables, where is it? Yeah, so, this is something you can set up. And again, of course, you set up this in accordance with cost centers. And then you charge back kind of on a prorated basis money to different departments for equipment and such that they're using. And you can track all that in the system as well. I think if we look, let's see. Let me go back into this, and let's see. I actually want to go to one of these, I believe. Let me try this. And hopefully, yeah. Let's see if I have this in there. Yeah, now I'm thinking this has a full database in it. Let's see. Yeah, so you could, look at chargebacks. I believe there's some info in here. So if we just look, so we've got a couple cost centers. Let's just look at like the International Sales Cost Center. So you've got amounts charged back for different types of equipment. So you can see that, and that accumulates over time. So if you apply a chargeback, again, you can either automate it or you can apply it manually. It would be kind of like a month by month payment. Then you can see the totals here. Yeah, so let me look at this here again. Just take a piece of equipment, and I'm not sure if this is associated with the cost center, but I believe I can just run this. Let's see. I'm looking. Let me see. I've forgotten how to do it, but amount chargeback. Here's on the chargeback. So let me see. This is under equipment. Yeah, I thought you could just apply a chargeback amount. I've done that before, but I'm not seeing what I'm looking for. I might have to do a little bit more research on this one. It's not there. So I wonder, this is basically where you just see the summary. I don't think you can actually, yeah, you can't apply a chargeback here. So yeah, I'd have to look into that a little bit more as to how to do that. But there's just a way to be able just to highlight equipment and then apply their chargeback amounts. And I've forgotten how to do that. But I'll look it up. Okay, so let's go back to where we were. Okay, so any questions about any of this? The financial pieces, or is that of interest?
I mean, it seems pretty straightforward, so I don't have any questions, Rick. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just typical depreciation, book amount, useful life, pretty straightforward accounting there. So here, there's just, there's the ability to actually measure power consumption against equipment. And so you can apply that to get, specific information, on consumption against different types of equipment. You can see that here, how much time's being, or how much wattage is being consumed. Okay, so contracts. Now, contracts are typically used. They can be used with, excuse me, hardware maintenance, or typically used with software agreements. So contracts are basically set up here. You've got, the ability to create them. Contact creation here under contracts inventory, and just, basically come in here and, set up a contract. So, come in here, start this like this, Okay. So let me see if I have any references in here. No, I don't. So this is a reference table that needs to be filled out. Let's see if I have this over here. Do the same thing over here in the demo data. Okay, so if I want to, so I've got a bunch of contracts already established here. Creating a new one though. So you need to have, because this is required, you need to have some sort of information here in a reference table about the type of contract it is. And so you've got, subscriptions, maintenance, insurance, leasing. So let's just say we're using a subscriptions contract. And then, of course, you want to have your vendors or your suppliers set up. So let's just say we do something like that. And then you get your number, which you need to put in, description, note, and I'll just put something in real quick. Okay, and then you can put in the duration and the amount, and so you can actually set up a payment table against this contract. Generate the payment periods. So let me just set something up. Frequency of invoicing once a month. Let's just say 36 months. What's it doing here? Duration. That's my, okay. Oh, it says, I just can't read it. 36. And then let's just say it's $50 a month. And that's okay. Auto renewal, don't need to really worry about it. Notice, within 3 months.
If you select auto renewal, will it then send you notifications as the time's getting closer?
Yeah, it will. We
Okay.
do that in conjunction with alert functionality.
Okay.
Yeah, but it'll do that, and that's part of this process here. We look at this. So this alerting process here. Well, in the negotiation period, so you've got. You've signed the contract, you start the contract, and then you get into this period right before it ends, and then you can have alerts to remind you that you need to either renegotiate it or let it expire or auto renew it or something like that.
Yep. Cool.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And so something like this, and then we could look at the payment schedule. And there it is for that particular contract. And then, once you have a contract, set up, then of course, then you have things that you associate contracts to. You can link software subscriptions to contract, or you can link, maintenance, contracts to equipment. See, I'm in contracts right here, so I won't see the links there. But if I go to either software or hardware, then I should see the ability to link my contracts. So let's just look at this. Link to a contract. Then we can come in here and pick a contract number and then link it to your equipment and keep all that, related. Was there a question? What does the reference field mean? Yeah, so that's just indicating the type of contract that it is. So we'll take a look at that again. Let me see if I can find one that's already built, or I can. Yeah, I think they're down here. References, contract references. Because, yeah, those need to be defined. That's not it. Let's see. Let me think about this for a second. So let me think about this for a second. So the suppliers are down here under directory suppliers. So you can find those there. But I'm let's see if I can find it. So reference, I can't remember, so I'll reverse engineer. Reference is AMCAR, catalog, and then the article model reference. So article model under the catalog. So that tells me that possibly it is. Let me just take a peek and see if I'm right. Yeah, see, there's the references. So they're in the catalog. So they're in the contract catalog, and it's almost like you could consider them a type, like you would, for equipment. You've got an equipment type. For contracts, you've got a reference, which is the type. And so, yeah, if you go back and look at those references, you'll see that that's what these are. So if we look under insurance, we've got our reference for insurance. And that's where you put it. So if you were going to create a new type, you can put your reference in here. And supply. Okay, so but it's found under the contract catalog. Okay. Oh yeah, so well, so I looked where it was applied. So for instance, I knew that we were looking for references to contracts. So I went into the contracts inventory and I just pulled up a contract. See how, like I'll pull up this one. And see, there's the reference here. And so I wasn't quite sure, okay, what table is that reference in? So I went ahead and went up here because I want to look at the field properties for reference. So I went up here to edit the form, and then I can see the reference field, and I looked at the properties and I saw, oh, okay, this is part of the catalog table. So because I knew it was in the catalog table, then that jogged my memory that it was part of the contract catalog. Well, I mean, you can understand what field is being populated. And then so knowing that information, and I know that it's being applied to the contracts, then I just, deduced that, this is being used in the contract log. And so when I looked in the contract log, you can see here these different type references, and then in here you've got your reference. It's kind of like the abbreviation. And you can see, contracts, insurance, and then this is the reference designation. And this, so kind of educated guessing, I guess. Once I figured out that it was in the catalog table, then, it reminded me where it was. Okay, so let's see. So this section just goes through, the different wizards that you have available to create contracts and manage them. So you can create them with this particular wizard here. There's, a wizard for updating contracts, renewing contracts, and I think, ending them. Yeah. You would just use the wizard called finish. And then there's again, along with contracts, leases, you've got this ability here to end that as well. So if we go back to contracts and end of lease returns, or if we look here, renew, update. Let me take a look. Yes, renew, update. Finish would be ending the contract. To create a contract, of course, you just click the new button.
So, Rick, for the update, what parts of the contract can you update?
Yeah, so let's take a look. Supplier type, decision, renewal decision.
I see. Okay. All right.
So there's that, and then I guess there's more to follow. So, I guess that's just the summary of what you're updating. So not updating a lot from that wizard, it looks like, but of course, other things can be done to be able to update, fields outside of that wizard.
Okay. Thank you.
So let's see. All right. Well, so licenses, software, kind of go hand in hand. Let's just take a look at what we've got here for components. So for software, we can see here that we do have a software catalog. So just like with these other catalogs, a software catalog is similar to like the equipment catalog. This would be for hardware and this would be for software. So you would want to fill out a catalog of all the software that you have in use. And so here's the kind of information that you would fill out. And also the number of installs you could see here was a value. Okay. And then these are linked to licenses. And then licenses are linked to individuals or to machines. And so software and licenses go together. But then if you look at...
Hey, Rick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were going to move from this. Go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, no, I was going to... I'll point it out here. You can link or you can show what users are actually associated with the software. But then, I was going to go to the a employee record and then show how you can see what software and licenses are linked to them as well. And you can see that from the equipment as well. Did you have a question?
I do. All right. So, like for software, we always think of, in my mind anyhow, we have a software model, right? And then of course, the license is that software asset. But it appears like when you went to the software catalog, you could actually put a license count in the software catalog, right?
Well, yeah, it's a relationship. So you've got a license inventory, and the license inventory, the licenses are linked to the software. And so what you're seeing in the catalog, we'll go back to it.
Okay, thanks.
Is you're seeing the related, the relationships between the licenses here. So these are records, these are licenses that are linked to this software.
Correct. But don't you have the total number of licenses or that license count actually within that catalog record? Is that
installations possibly? Let's take a look. Well, even down here, total number of installations. So you could have a site license with a number of installations.
So is it a one-to-one relationship between the software catalog and the actual license that you have?
Yep. What you're doing is you take a catalog item, something familiar like maybe this.
All right, so that's Office 365. So that's your total Office license.
Mm-hmm. And I think you can drill down on these a little bit and go right to the license. Let's see. Yeah, so whenever you see full details, that'll take you right to the license. But this is showing that we have a license with a maximum number of installs for this software. We go into the license record directly. Now we're looking at the license. And we're seeing what equipment is associated with it. And I think I might have done that when I was messing around.
Okay, so related equipment. I mean, I understand that part. So, as an example, let's say you have Snagit and you buy 5 Snagit licenses, right?
Mhm.
And of course, you deploy those 5 Snagit licenses to users, right? Then
Mhm.
you come through and you 5 more users need Snagit, so you purchase another 5. Would you then have in your software catalog two records of Snagit, each with 5 licenses? Is that how that works
No,
in
I
Easy
think
Vista?
no, I think no.
Because that's real confusing that you're putting the total number of like purchases, licenses in the the model per se, as opposed to the license. That's what's confusing me.
Uh-huh. So yeah, so you don't have duplication here.
All right,
So
so we
you
only have
see here,
one there,
right?
right? And that's in the catalog.
Hmm.
Because I get that. Then that's the model, right? That's the software model, the software catalog.
Hmm.
Understood. The thing I don't understand is the count that you're putting in there, right? Because in my mind, it should be going into the license, not the model.
Yeah. So I think we saw that it was in both places. So if you see here, there's a maximum count, but then if you go look at the license, it'll say right there.
All right, maximum installation 6,000. So what's the count? The 12,000 count in the catalog? Is
Yeah,
that just a total
I
number
don't
of
think
seats in your company?
I don't think that's a calculation. I think that was just entered manually. Because if we look at each of these, there's 3 there. So
Right.
right, so I'm seeing that this might actually be pretty close to this. I'd have to add this up to see if these are actually. You want
Yeah.
me to do?
If you want to click on them again, I'll write them down and add them up, or something
Sure.
like
It
that.
looked like they were pretty close. Like there's 6, and then there's 3, so that's 9,
Yep.
and then there's so
Yeah.
9 to 11,
So 11,
5,
5,
and then 12, 13.
13.
So we're over the 12. And then
14, 2.
2. And then this last one is, yeah, so this one says
So it's
12,000.
26, 2 is where we get to, which is so it's not adding up those licenses.
Right. So yeah, now I'm just wondering if that was, I just don't know that that's a calculated value. I think
Or
that was just put in by hand. If you have 12,001 installations.
that's that's a really good question.
Well, I mean, so we have to kind of have the bigger discussion then. How are you auditing your environment? Because you really need a discovery tool to actually know what you have in your environment. and then that then requires an integration to be able to put information into this system. See, we formerly had discovery here, and we had software analysis, and we had a gap analysis of the amount of licenses versus what it found that were installed, and you would get feedback alerts indicating that you have more installs than you have licenses, and you need to buy more licenses.
Right.
But this stuff here,
Like a reconciliation.
right? This stuff here, well, the easiest way to put it is that this stuff is really, being obsoleted, and it's going to be taken out. No, we've recently acquired a company that does, hardware and software discovery, and so we're integrating with them, and then we'll have greater functionality. But this is what we had in the product. This is what we've had in the product for a long while, but it's let me just say that it's not been worked on, it's not been improved. So I think this is actually going to be going away. But at one point, the system did all those things that you're talking about. It's just that its discovery, capabilities are not as robust as we need them to be. So we've actually acquired another company that does this stuff really well, and we're going to integrate that into evVista, and then you'll have those answers. But for now, unless you put something in to alert, and we certainly would do something like that. We could write business rules that would say, hey, compare the license counts that you have and the dates and whether they're expired against your number of installs. But we would have to have that information from somewhere. How many installs of particular software you have.
So yeah, so right now you don't have any kind of software reconciliation within the tool, where it's just going to have to be counts, right? And if we want something, then we would have to create some kind of business rule. Now, would evVista do that, or is that something that we would have to do on our own?
Well, yeah, we wouldn't just, we wouldn't do that unless,
Okay.
yeah, unless we had some sort of engagement where we were,
Okay.
creating something for you. So
Right.
like I say, what we're doing with the product to make the product more robust is, we've got a company that does this well, and we're integrating with them. So, and well, so what you need, it's not trivial. What you need is a way of getting your installation counts, a way of actually getting dynamic,
Right.
updates. And so
Through
then
like in something like SCCM or something of that nature.
sure, and we integrate with, so if we can get that information, integrate that into evVista, then it'd be real easy just to compare that with your actual physical license count. And then, anytime that you get within a threshold, or anytime you breach that threshold, notifications could be sent. And, building business rules, they can get complex, but a lot of times for notifications, they're pretty straightforward.
Mm. Yeah, I'm just taking some notes here, Rick. Sorry. So did we ever, just going back, so that 12,000 number of installations, that's just there. That's not being calculated by anything. We could actually just have 0 there, and that would be fine.
Yeah, see, I would have to analyze what's going on to update this. And
Right.
I don't believe anything is. I think it's just a value that's been put in manually. So let me look at something though, just real quick. Let me just go ahead and list these.
You're in definitions.
Yeah, I'm in business rule
Business rule
definitions. And yeah, I'm not seeing anything actively doing anything with that value. So I can't see that that's getting updated. So that value, let's just attack it like this. So that value.
Reverse engineering.
Well, I'm just looking to see what table this is. Catalog, yeah, installs. And the reason I'm looking at that is because then I just want to see if there's anything updating that.
Oh, I see.
And so I'm looking at the AM catalog. I don't see the AM catalog has any business rules. What you would normally see in a business rule is that if something is updated or something's inserted, then that triggers a business rule. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything like that here. Okay, so let me look at something here. No. Maximum of installs. It's just, yeah, the number goes in initially when you, oh, this is for the license, but let's see, for the software catalog. Yeah, I think that's just being put in manually. It could be something that could be updated on the insertion of a license or multiple licenses, and we could tally up that number, but that's not happening right now.
I see. So in essence, it's not going to prevent anything. It's not going to notify on anything. It's not going to tally anything. It's just there as a field. Understood. Understood. Yeah. And to come full circle, that was what was confusing me, is I was seeing that there and I'm going, why is that even there? Because you would typically put license counts within the license or the software asset. You wouldn't put it in the model, or what you would evSM would consider the catalog, the software catalog.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm with you. I mean, having the counts on the license, it certainly makes more sense. I'm not
Correct,
sure
yeah.
why that value is there with the software, other than to say, I don't know why this says it's a spam call. Somebody keeps calling me. And it's the 13, they're not, yeah, maybe I should have a business rule. I'm wondering if they are leaving messages. Let's see. Because if they really want me to, nope, telemarketer, a persistent telemarketer. So yeah,
You really
again,
want to extend the car insurance.
yeah, probably, yeah, because I keep getting those. I guess it sounds like you are too.
We all do.
I mean I've tried everything with that, and I told them, don't call me, put me on the no call list, and they don't
Yep.
change. So software catalog, looking at this again.
Mm-hmm.
Maximum number of installs. See, now, that really kind of doesn't make any sense, because that's part of the license's responsibility.
Correct.
So yeah, I don't know if that's some sort of, if it's just not a good value to have in the catalog.
Right. I don't understand why it's there, to be honest, but
So maximum number of installs, total cost of ownership, they had down there somewhere, market price per system per user. Cost. Where did I see? I saw the total cost of ownership somewhere. I saw it back on this line right there. So cost 56. Yeah. So yeah, I don't really know what to tell you about this.
Yeah.
I agree with you. It makes more sense that we take those values from the licenses.
All right. Now, so is there a way, because we don't really need that field, right? Right.
Sure, you can
Let's
take it
say we
out.
don't. Yeah. Is there a way to take it off of this screen right here that we're looking at?
Sure. Just come in here. So what I'm doing is I'm editing the view. This is the list view.
Yeah.
Just take it off the list view.
I remember that from last time in the admin class, and I just couldn't remember it. So thank you. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. And so,
all right.
Yeah. And that's kind of the thing with the product, is that
got to use it.
Well, I mean, there's functionality, and then there's the ability to, create more functionality, But we also understand that there's certain types of things that should just work out of the box. And, our company has been looking at this little piece here, this problem, for a long time. I can tell you this, in the amount of time that I've been with their company, I've never actually deployed this piece. From the get-go, I've been told that this is going away, and that we're not to configure it. So if you look here, software analysis, you can see here we've got all these things around the types of stuff that you're talking about.
Right.
But it's not being kept current. And so the decision has been made to, look outside, not build it in-house. And so this part eventually, should go away, but then we're going to, we've acquired two companies. One we've published, the other one we still haven't published. So I can't talk about that one in terms of who they are yet.
Okay. That's okay.
Yeah. but they specifically do this stuff really well, and so that'll be our solution. It's just like
go ahead.
this here. Yeah, I digress a little bit, but it's just like this here. Very weak in Service Manager, our knowledge management capabilities. Very weak. Can't do much with this. However, we purchased something, a couple years ago called Self-Help, which is really strong, and it's fully integrated.
Oh.
And it works as a knowledge repository solution much better than this. This should actually go away. But you know how software is, nothing ever goes away. Okay. Did you have another question?
So, two things. So to find the software catalog, we just go into the how I want to call it. I was going to say catalog, but
just references.
Reference and software catalog, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then to find the actual licenses, we would then go into asset configuration.
Yeah.
Or asset and configuration.
You can just
just type in licenses.
Licenses, and then what did I type? So what we really are looking for is license inventory.
Oh, okay.
So let's see. Let me go. So it's under here, licenses and inventory.
All right. So then that would be where you would put the individual software licenses, and then you would have to assign it back to the catalog as your software model, so to speak. Okay. And that's where you would put in all your accounts, and you would assign those to users or workstations.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's software. All right. Hang on 1 second. I'm just going to take a screenshot. Now it's making sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, we have the counts here. If and I was going to, kind of go over into this area here. So employees and equipment, but if we look at it from the employee's perspective, so if we just pull one up, I'm not sure if we've got anything associated with this guy, but assigned to this guy, but let's just see. So we've got equipment, other equipment, but we should have here licenses. So the licenses would be assigned to the individual. Licenses can also be assigned to equipment. So if we look at inventory and just look at, the relationships there. So we should have licenses right here, as well as installed software. So you can install software on equipment. You can license equipment. You can have the equipment, directly associated with a license, right? That's how we track things. So licenses are applied either to people or to, equipment. Software, of course, is installed on devices.
And so like that installed software, that would be like coming over from Discovery, correct? Or is that something you would?
So this is coming from your catalog, right?
From our catalog. Okay. Okay.
See, the piece that's missing is making this automatic. So what we're doing here is we're saying, oh yeah, well, the laser printer is not probably a good option, but let's just pretend that's a computer, and then we would add whatever software is installed on that computer. and you could also add licenses. Now you could, when I'm saying, you can add them here, this is one approach. It's just like with the assets where you could add them individually, or you could apply a wizard to add multiple, license to multiple records, or you could just do an integration model. If you have your licenses associated with equipment and your software, you could just import all of that and add it, in bulk.
Okay, so I have a question. So let's say this particular PC, which is obviously a printer, I understand that, but let's just say it's a PC, and you have it assigned to yourself, Rick, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now, if this PC has a piece of software installed on it, would that, because of the connection, would that also be listed under Rick's profile?
Well, yeah, if this equipment was something that I owned,
Correct.
Right.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
then it would be associated to my employee record. And, even further, I mean, if you're, say like, if I called in because I'm having trouble with that computer, the technician, when they're creating the ticket, they have the opportunity to add the equipment in the ticket. And when they go to add the equipment, the drop down will show them only my equipment. Only equipment is assigned to me. If I'm calling in on behalf of somebody else, or somebody's equipment that I don't know, there's a way to show all the equipment. You just check a box or uncheck a box, and then you can see more than just the equipment assigned to me. But the point is that equipment assigned to me will show up in an advantageous way, so it can be included in a ticket, so that work can be tracked against that equipment that I report. So yeah, all those associations, kind of go back and forth.
Okay. All right. That's good. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yes. Okay, so I'm thinking at this point, I do have some exercises that we could do. Those are part of the slide deck. They're kind of, they're sort of interesting. They're kind of easy. I'm just wondering if you have any specific questions about either implementing or using, asset management, capabilities, wizards and such. If anybody has any questions about that, because we're just about at the end of the documentation. At this point, we could just do some hands-on exercises.
I don't know if you want to kind of write this down, because I'd love to do some hands-on exercises, but I do have some questions about the DCTs. Are they?
Mm-hmm.
With regards to software. So I don't know if we want to do that at the end or what, but.
Well, it just depends on if anybody else has any questions about anything. We could, if not, we could talk about it now. Because the only thing left to do is just create some scenarios where we're starting to do things with exercises to sort of reinforce some of the behavior. So in the slides that I sent, there's a number of exercises that we could work through. But if you have some questions about the DCTs, we can certainly talk about those.
Right. If we want to do that now, that's fine. I just didn't want to interrupt the class.
Well, I'm not hearing anything from anyone. So,
all right. So, I don't know if you want to just pull up the DCTs and then I'll kind of ask my questions and we can kind of look at it together.
sure.
But it primarily, I was actually kind of going through those and kind of filling them out a little bit just to kind of get an idea of what kind of goes in them. And I was also trying to import them into the tool, right? And there's one, okay, so if we look at the software ones, and yours are a little, I mean, it's hard to see on your screen a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know why they're so dark. Yeah. But anyway, let's see here. Inventory, should be software in here somewhere.
Right, probably.
They're normally right next to the catalog. So there's that catalog, and then I usually have the asset next to it. I'm not seeing that here.
I know the one that you shared with us has them in it.
The one I shared recently?
Actually, you shared it in our admin class probably about a month ago, Sebastian.
Yeah, so hang on just a second. Yeah, this should be the DCT, but let me look, see if I got any others. Licenses. Oh, here we go, software. Okay, let's blow this up a little bit. That didn't help with the tabs, but there's the software. So these are the catalogs. There's the inventory.
Right. So the software inventory. Okay, so I was good with the catalog, the software catalog. And if you want to click on that tab, I can just kind of go over it in my head a little bit. Software catalog. I do have a question on the types, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, any best practices for types? So the type is basically what the software is used for, correct? Is that the best definition for a software type?
Yeah, or you could consider the industry classification. It's that UPSP, so that's just a classification of type of software. If I could find, hang on just a second. I'll tell you what I'm talking about here. Shoot, I put that away. Just a second. Just look. I don't want to look at that one. I want to look at that one. Let me just look here at this. Let me look at something here real quick. Yeah, so this code here. So that code applies to a particular type. And so that's the UNSPSC. And so you should be able to come in here and put in a code, and that gets you close into the ballpark. Text preparation software. But, you know, if you break this stuff down, let me just make it a little higher. Yeah. So there's actually industry typing, you know, at play that you could use to type your catalog. You don't have to, but this is a model that is supposed to be kind of a universally accepted model. So if I just open this up, then you've got different types of software, and you know you can use that to type your catalog. And further, you could use these codes to, you know, also complement that.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Because I mean, quite frankly, if you're creating a software entitlement, you would have to know your model, and I guess we could just look up my model, and just these types were really, I mean, you really have to know where you put each of those, and that was kind of confusing to me because I mean, how are you? You're going to have hundreds, thousands of software titles, right? How are you going to know? How are you going to remember all of those, especially if you don't recognize the software by name? I mean, obviously Excel or Office. I mean, that's a given. Everyone knows that.
Right. Well, I would argue that you might not want to, you know, type it by product name. You know, there's actually a type called in here. The type is, Office Suite software. So that's what it should be. It should be software, you know, and then Office Suite, and that's it. And then you can call out, that's the type, and then you call out the software and then the publisher, and that's it.
Alrighty. But yeah, no, that's actually very helpful, that list, because all my years of software management, I've never heard of that list before. So
yeah, it's just, I don't know how
that.
long it's been around, but this is, you know, kind of a standard.
Sure.
It's easy to, you know, look up. But any of these software is usually under this 4323. I think it might even go as deep as 15. 4323 is 15. And then these last two digits get really specific. Yeah, I mean, there's different ways to do this. You don't have to follow this standard.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, I mean,
pretty much how the client wants you to get those types in. And I was just, if they were to come to me and say, well, you know, you're the expert, you know, kind of thing. And that I just wanted to kind of have an idea of what best practices would be.
Yeah, I usually just tell them, how are they going to use that type? You know, what's it good for them? Normally it's, you know, they want it types that they can report on. That's one thing. Another thing is they want types that they can, associate common attributes to. So, you know, you've got software that could be enterprise software that's only installed, you know, on servers versus client-side software. So there's two distinctions there. The client-side software is only installed on end-user computers. And then you've got software, you know, that's used for mobility, software that's used for security, you know, so different types of classifications of software. And it's up to the customer how deep they want to go with that, and then how much, you know, how granular they want to report on things. Because they could just start with software. They just have software. That's it.
Sure.
And then they say, well, no, we want more than that. We want to, you know, differentiate between different types of software. Well, in what way? What's important to you? What do you need to report on? Then, you know, answers come out.
Right.
I've got some examples of again, we're talking about catalogs, right? And catalogs are really challenging to build.
Yeah.
Because everybody's got an opinion on them, and
Right.
You know,
Exactly.
you know,
Exactly.
it's they serve a bunch of different masters, I guess. But they're designed to just sort of give transparency to what it is IT is providing in terms of services to the business community. And so software catalog like this, this would be used in conjunction with the service request catalog to provide to the business. And so yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of software. There's monitored software versus free software. Monitor meaning that you've got to keep track of license usage and such, and there's a bunch of free software, and do you even want to track that? And some clients want to track the usage of all the free stuff too. So
Right. Okay. So I mean, I'm pretty good with this form here. So then we go get down to the other two, which is software inventory and then licenses. And licenses, I get that's like the actual software license, the software asset. But what is software inventory used for? Because for the life of me, I could not get this one to load anywhere, and I didn't even know where to look it up in the tool if I successfully got it to load. Right. So I don't know if you could just kind of explain that out a little bit, and then go into the tool and show me where that information would be found. Because I wasn't sure where to find it once if it ever got loaded correctly, which I couldn't get to load correctly. So there was just like some piece I was just missing. Like, all right, we have the catalog, that's the software model. We have the license, that's the software asset. What's the software inventory tab for? So that was
a lot of times, it's your definitive media library.
I'm not familiar with it.
So you've got make, model. This is software again. And the definitive media library is, it's used by the CMDB.
Okay.
Yeah, and so there's, at that point when you're talking about CMDB, then you're talking about not just specific hardware. You're talking about structures of services, and what supports those services, and part of that would be the software component. If the software doesn't provide the capabilities it needs to provide to keep services up, then that's an issue. And so you've got those recorded in this definitive media library.
Okay, so that's where that other tab goes then, right? Was it software inventory, I believe is what it was called?
Yeah, because I mean you're so all we want here is just hardware under equipment, right? And licenses, we're just looking for licenses. Software's, in the catalog, and then it's referred to here, by the license that calls it out.
Right. Right. I get that. Okay.
So yeah, this.
Perhaps we just don't need that. I was just curious what it was because it was there, and I'm like, okay, well, this data has to go somewhere, and populate the tool in a way that it can be used. And
Right. I think this stuff is actually, covered here because you've got
all right,
your licenses, you've got your serial number for your license number. I mean, it makes more sense. And yeah, there is no specific place to load this. Because, if you look at it, all of that information, with the exception of the specific assets, and I can't see that, I'm not too certain about this, why this tab is here, and that's why it was missing from that other DCT. Somebody might have thrown it in for some reason, for some customer. But so the software catalog has all the information about the software. The serialization is done with the licensing, and that makes total sense. I can't see that you would actually have asset tags on software.
Yeah, and as I was looking through, the spreadsheet, I was trying to figure out what they were used for, and I just couldn't figure out where that information would get loaded in, and that's why I was asking.
Mm-hmm.
So, in actuality, I don't think it's something that I would need, right? Because
I don't think so. Because I mean, you've got so when you look around here, I mean, there's no software inventory, right? There's software, definition in the catalog, and then there's license inventory.
Fair enough. All right. I was just asking because that was something I had seen. I was all right. Anyhow. Okay. So then with software, you showed me how we can assign it to users. We can assign it to machines. I get that. There's out of the box, there's no reconciliation of software. So that's probably more of a manual thing. Or we start writing code and so forth.
Right, because we'd need a discovery tool for that.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I think that was really one of the things that was really in the back of my mind. So I mean, if we want to move into like the examples or loading of the data, I think more questions may come out with that as we go through that. So the exercises.
Sure. Yeah. So, loading of the data. So did we want to do more than just the one integration model? I mean, we can certainly do others.
I mean, would it be possible to do do you have anything like for software as well?
Like the software catalog or the licenses.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Software catalog and the license.
So let's see what I have here that we can use. Because the catalog. Well, let me just look. Let's just look.
And as I say that, a question just popped into my mind.
Mm-hmm.
But do we have the ability to assign a license to more than one user at a time. Let's say 20 people want Snagit. Well, can I find those 20 people and just assign them all Snagit at one time? Or do I have to do that one at a time?
So there is an integration model that we can use that will assign licenses to people.
Nice.
So all you got to do is just put together a spreadsheet, and you've got the license, and you're then next to the license number, you could, whatever reference you want to use, either name, number, then you put in all the different people, right? So you've got a record showing the person and the license you're assigning to that person. And it could be you've got that person on 3 or 4 or 5 rows, and you're assigning different licenses to that same person.
Yeah, you're just changing the reference number of the license.
Yeah. And, quite literally, you could be even using like the employee number or what have you of the person. So numbers and numbers.
Right. Would it be possible just to go into integration just so I can get an idea where that's at? What I'd be using? Or
sure. Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, let's take a look. So yeah, I mean, if you wanted to make that kind of assignment, let's see. So now here, let's see what they've got. If they don't have it, we could just build one. But so let me just try this. Licenses. Could be this one. I'd have to look at, what the destination mapping is. And so the way I would do that is, let me just upload some kind of CSV. Might have to just create one real quick. I don't know that I have anything. Let me just create one. Just so I can load something in there.
Right, because we don't necessarily have to load it. We just gotta look at the fields, right?
Yeah, and there's ways to do that without having to load it. I mean, I could run a SQL script and see it and all that, but this is just the simplest way to do it with an audience, right? But you can look at, you could look at the XML. You can run a SQL script that'll show you, what's in that connector. As a matter of fact, let's do this. Since we have the capability. So in these VMs, we have, the back end. And so we can go into SQL Server Management Studio. The VMs are, 100% contained, with everything. So you can get right into the back end and just, take a look at things that you normally wouldn't be able to do. So when this comes up, I'll go ahead and pull up the database, and we can look at the connectors, and we can look specifically at them. Let's see, connect. So let's see if I just look at the configurations for prod and come down to where it says connector, and really what I want Let me take a look here. Where, and we're going to say not the type, but table definition. No, we want connector type in. Yeah. Where connector type like and execute that. Integrated licenses. Yeah, that is true. That's bad syntax. So then we've got, let's see, licenses, license based on publisher, relationship between license releases, license contractor. This one here, I'm going to need to go to the detail table. But this one here is connector 19. So then we've got, so these are the mappings for that connector. And license version, license number, but then we'd need that. Let's see. Yeah, employee ID. So see how we'd use the manager and the license number. This manager, last name. So yeah, that connector licenses looked pretty good. Let's see. Where's that other one? Oh, licenses right there. So publisher reference. Yeah, so $106. Hashtag serial number, name. Let's see where that's mapped to. That's actually simpler. But you just have asset, you don't have license. So yeah, we can't use that. We need to use this one. Because you've got your license and you've got, I don't like that it's called manager, but that is the person that is assigned the license. Employee number, employee ID. So yeah, so we would use this one, licenses, and let's see. No views. Model. Let me just create something here. Still wants that. So we'd have to put in with this connector anyway. Of course, we can make the connectors so that these aren't required, but we need to put in the publisher / the manufacturer, the software / model, and then the type. And then we put in the owner's name, or the owner's name, and the license number or license ID. And if you put that into a spreadsheet and you just put down licenses and owners, then that can be used to associate the licenses with the owners. That's how you would do it.
I see. Sorry.
What's that?
Nothing. I just want to check something because I don't have I have to look in the other environment. Shoot. All right. So that's assigning a user to the license, and because I know that like there's a manager field within the license. So I just want to make sure that wasn't assigning that. Right. Is that
right? No, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely have to make sure that we're using the right table in the right field.
Okay.
In our connector. And that connector, so I'm looking, that was the only connector that had a person. So I'm not sure if that's the right person.
Gotcha. Okay.
If we look, at the connector, it's pointing, well, what it's doing is it's pointing at the employee table, right? So it's putting, what we've got here is we've got asset table linked to the reference table, employee, and that's the only employee ID in the asset table is the owner of the asset.
All right.
And so now what we're trying to do is we're trying to assign, you want to assign licenses to people.
Correct.
Right?
To users. Right. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it can't be done, it can't be done. I was just wondering if it
No,
could
it can be done.
Easy.
Yeah, it can be done. It's just
Vista.
we need to make sure that we're just pointing at the right. So this is a relationship, and the relationship, there's a join statement. If we look, where's the looking for the XML. And am I in the detail? Yep. Looking for the field with the XML. It could be up here. I think I had it over here. Connector. So yeah, that's the asset owner because there's only one in that table. And then this is linked to the the employee table, and then we're showing the last name of this person. So now let's see, how about, yeah, so if we can't use something here because it's not, so what we need is we need the, we need the relationship right here. Let's see. Hey, Mary.
Hey, sorry. Something happened to my network here. I dropped. So I'm back.
So, but anyway, yeah. So we just need to connect. Create our appropriate connector so that you can. All you need to do is just have a license number, and then you need to assign that to a person, and whether you're using the person's last name. In other words, we're going to be connecting, to the employee table and whatever data is in there, either last name or employee ID or what have you, and we're going to, that connector is then going to associate that to this relationship right here. This people relationship right here. So you've got a person and you've got this relationship, got all this equipment. So you've got this relationship here called licenses. And so how we would do that, we don't have the ability to, add them from here. So we would have to add them from the license. Let's see here. So oops, clicked on equipment. And so yeah, so this right here. So this relationship between the licenses, the license inventory, and the users, we just need to create a connector that'll allow us to import that data. Because we could, for this particular one, let's see, what am I in? Yeah. So for this one, you can have a one-to-many relationship here. So I add one, add another one, oops. So we can, do this with an integration model where we just add multiple people associated with a license. So, all I need to do is just take a look at this and see how to build that connector, because I don't think the license connector is the one that we need. That one's just pointing at the hardware. We need to, basically look at probably the relationship, that's formed between this table which is, okay, asset, let's see. And of course the employee table, but let's see, is there, yeah, there's no owner field that I can see here, or manager field. Let me look. Employee? No, don't see. So, but yeah, it's doable. It is doable. Just have to get this relationship between the two, and then create a connector for that.
Okay.
And then, yeah, you can put in as many people as you have assigned to a particular license. And so looking at this, then if I was to jump into their record now, then I can see here, there's his license used right there.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. Well, I know it's what, let's see, it's, it's closing on 2:00. So I guess lunch is kind of come and gone for you guys, huh? Or at least for you, Barry.
Yeah, that's all right.
So I'm just thinking, would it make sense to take a break and then come back and do some exercises?
I'd be
Or
game
we
for
could,
that.
huh?
Oh, I said I would be game for that, but what
Yeah.
else were you going to suggest? Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, we can take a break and then come back, or we can just continue to work through until, I guess about another 45 minutes and just call it a day.
Yeah, it's got to be late for the other two people.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's very, very late. Well, so then, yeah, so then we can take advantage of the time now, and then, I'm not really needing a break. I just thought, and there's really no good time to break with the way we have things set up. So,
right. Yep.
Let's do this then. Let me take a look at these exercises. No, I'm just thinking.
I'm good, Sebastian.
We'll just continue to work, and then we'll just call it a day. After a little bit, because at this point, we just need to kind of go in. What I'd really like to hear is what it is about assets that you'd like to either work on as an exercise, if it's integration models, or if it's just like I can look at these exercises here just a second. See where I put them now. Is that it? Okay, so we have some here down at the end. Way down at the end. So these fundamentals we've kind of gone through. So let's take a look at. So this, you guys, I think, have a pretty good grasp of these directories. Employee directory concept. Yeah, this isn't really a lab, is it? Let's see, contains all the physical locations. Yeah, it's just an overview of what these are. So this is, I guess, there was a question about where suppliers, is. So it's, of course, under this directory, this, where we have these other, types of, I guess, people, locations, departments, groups, and suppliers. They're all under the references folder called directory. And then let's see. this is an exercise in just creating a locations table, which we did in the admin training. So that's pretty easy. Department, easy. Integration model import, employee data. That's, again, that's a little bit more, but it's not that difficult. But you guys tell me, would you like to, maybe what we could do is I could show you how to, I want to make sure that we stay, sort of asset related, but I could show you how to export this information out of the demo environment. What we would do is we just create a view with all of these fields in it, and then we'd export it as a CSV file, and then we can take that CSV file and import it into our 50,004 environment, and then we'd have all of our data. So that's one possibility of something that we could do. That's not exactly asset related. That's more just creating employee records. So then let's take and continue to look here.
And
I
would. Oh, excuse me. I was going to say that would be actually really good because in the process of asset management, sometimes we do compares. So we need to extract data out of the tool to do compares, like with an Excel and stuff. So at least that would give us an idea of how to do that, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And then if we had to add some information into that spreadsheet and then import it back into Easy Vista, that would be kind of like a bulk update for something. So again, that would be very valuable for Lay and I to learn. So yeah, I'm for that.
Okay.
I mean, it may not be. I mean, we can use the same concept for assets that we would on the employee table, right? So
sure. Yeah, you could do it with assets as well.
Yep.
So yeah, if you're game and wanting to know that, then yeah,
absolutely.
I just want to make sure we're working on something that is of interest to you. So
this would be very valuable, I think.
Okay, so let me then sort of lay the groundwork for that. So what we're going to do, for employees, let me back up one so I can get to the grid view. And so this has demo data, as a matter of fact. Oh, it's fighting me. So let's see. Let's just take a look at what we've got here. So we've got, about 9,000 records. That's not bad. So what we want to do is make sure we have the information that we want to have that we can import into the other system. So what we would do is something like this. So we want to make sure we have this information by and large. So that would be a good starting point. So let me see if I can make sure this list view contains that. So
we need to be logged into the 4,000 instance, Rick, or is you're going to just demo this?
Well, we could do. What I'll do is I'll demo how to, create the view.
Okay.
And here's what we can do. I'll export the view, and then I'll give it to you guys, and you can import it into your system.
Perfect.
And then that way you have the view, and then we can practice exporting the data, because just like this, we've got 9,000. Like this view is actually pretty close to what we need. So what we would do is just come up here and just export it. And it will create a CSV for us that then we can use to import into another system. But let's just look at this a little bit more. So what I need is so I've got, the employee number, the title, the name, job, VIP level, profile. That's good. Phone number, email, login. Yep, we need that. Do we have the? Yeah, we have the email. We have the department. We have location. Okay. What are we missing here? So, let's see. We can come in here and don't need those. Company, department. I thought I had department over here. Yeah, so what's the difference? You got two things named department. We'll have to go look that up. We've got this one, and then we've got one down here. That looks like the full. Let me see if it is. Yeah, that's the full, and the other one we're not using. So that's the full path, and that's fine. That's what we want. Location. So, let's see what else we've got here. Do we have? See what we've got in here. We've got okay, so I need to know something. I'm looking. Not in there. Might already be. Might already be there. Don't see it. Where would that be? Got the phone number. I need the mobile number. So it should be here. Huh. Oh, guess they call it that instead of mobile. There's that. The VIP we've already got. We got the interface language, which we're going to add. I don't think we have default domain. So mobile. Notification type. There's that. See if we can do the default domain. I don't see domain in there, so domain, default domain. That's good. There's only one of them. We'll get that name. And let's see if that shows up. Yeah, I see the default domain's not set. Mostly. It's all right. Okay, so I think for the most part, we've got what we need. So let's do this. So I've got this. Let me take a look at this again. Preview AM employee. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do an export using the print and make it a CSV. Download that. Thought I clicked download. We'll see. Taking its time. Man, it shouldn't take that long. You know, it's hung. Come on. Should have done a smaller test first. Man. Waiting for the server. I'm not going to wait that long. Let's see if we can filter this a little bit. 800. Let's try this. Okay. That looks pretty good. Oops. So we're going to take that data and we are, I should have selected something, huh? Select that. Delimited by tab. Looks good. Got number, title, name, job function, whether VIP, there's profile, phones, email, login, department. Okay. Think what we'll do, we'll call this whole company. And we'll do interface, language, what else do we need? See, that's not gonna work. Okay. I'll go ahead and export this. All right. Um, no, I don't want that. I want this. That's the one. Employee list. All right. You guys still with me?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So I've got two files, and I guess I'll go ahead and I'll import them into my system first. Actually, I'll just email these out, and you guys can get started with them, and then we'll just all do it at the same time. So let's see. Let's see if I can do this. Nope. I don't think I have. They're on there.
Want to try Diane?
Yeah, I guess so. That would work better. I think I got it. Okay, so one of these is, the view for importing. The other one is the data. Let me just look at the data here real quick. I'm going to look at it in a text editor. That's not the data we want to look at. Okay, so that. $876. That looks all right. Okay. Okay, that's on its way. Let me see. I'll get into. There it is. No, it's this one. All right, so this one. did I do that before? Put that in there. All right.
All right, Rick. I have them, and they're on my machine now.
Okay, very good. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I was able to drag them over there before, but now I can't do it. Huh. Smart cards. I don't think.
Can you drag them over from your email, your sent email?
Into this environment here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I can. You know, the funny thing is I did it earlier with a spreadsheet, but now it's not letting me do it. So I'm just trying something here. Okay. Now let's see what it gave me for drives. Nothing. Yeah, I don't know what that thing is. But let me try it. That's funny. It let me put this one on there earlier, but it won't do it now. So you were able to drag yours just straight into your VM?
I actually, from the email, I cut and pasted them into my VM. The equipment one that you had sent me, I don't remember if I drug it or copy and pasted it, but the other two I was able to cut and paste into my VM from the email.
Oh, let me try just doing that. I'll do a copy and a paste.
Or, well, yeah, copy paste.
Oh, that works. You can't drag them. You have to copy
Correct,
and
yeah.
paste.
Yep.
Crazy.
Hey, they're there.
Hey, they were. All right, so now I got to start this thing up again and get into my so did we want to do this? We wanted to do this on the which account did you want to do it on? 50,004 or 40,000? Do you want to do it on the full demo or the empty?
Oh,
Using empty. Go ahead.
yeah.
Okay.
I think that's where I'm at too.
Okay.
Yeah, because the employee list on mine only has 2 people, and I'm one of them.
Okay.
Assuming the other one's just an admin account or something.
Uh-huh. Let's see. Well, all right. So I've got that. So I'm going to integrate. So not integrate. I'm going to import my view from my desktop. There should be a view there.
一咁步咁
List view. Yeah.
So is that import under reference?
Hmm?
References or administration? The import.
Yeah, the import, it's under import export, which is under admin. Admin import export, and then just go look for import. And then, so now that we've got that, if I, what do I want to do? I want to figure out my password is here. Invalid. Huh. All right, got it. Okay, so now if I look at that view, should be mighty good. Looks like it is.
So when importing, do we want to import and merge of wizards? That selection box checked?
No, you don't have to do that.
Okay.
I'm gonna import this. Maybe. Man, oh man. There we go. Job title. VIP. I wonder if I have a profile in there. No profile. Phone, mobile, email, notification type. Jeez. How we doing, guys? Still with me?
Yeah, I'm here. Just I didn't see the whole deletion of that top line in the file. So I was kind of flipping back and forth trying to get it to work, and I'm like, oh wait, there's an additional line on top.
Mm-hmm.
What were we using for profile, Rick? Anything in particular we were assigning that to?
Just whatever was there. And so they may not align. So that's probably why it didn't populate, because we probably have different profile names.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm not, first pass, not too worried about it. What we need to do is look at the profile names of the system we're importing into, and then maybe change our spreadsheet to match that.
So when I do it, my destination, when I go to execute, my destination, it doesn't do anything except come back, and my destination or column is highlighted in red. So that's that basically telling me one of my destinations doesn't line up.
Yeah, it means either you've used it twice or you haven't mapped it at all.
All right, so I used it twice. So, and that's that profile. I don't know
Yeah,
where
and
it
so
goes.
the data that we have in that, let me take a look. It's what do we have in that? We have user, and so yeah, if I look in here, there is a user profile, so why didn't that map? User profile and service desk manager profile. Yeah, that should have mapped. And I've got,
What's the actual field called that we're mapping to? Because I can't find profile on here.
okay, well, if it's not there, then it's not in the connector, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Just delete it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to look at mine one more time because let's see. Integration model. Default domain and interface. I could just make that English. Make that.
I have a question. When I try to import the demo employee the file, the CSV file under integration models, right?
Uh-huh.
And then you click on new,
Uh-huh.
and then we put in employee for the model field as well as under the connector field.
Yeah.
Okay, after uploading that one, the source and the destinations, it's just didn't match. I mean, I'm seeing different fields for the destination. Like I'm just seeing arrival date. And then for the source, the only thing that's in here is employees. Am I doing something different?
So I noticed that there was an extra line at the top of that data field that was blank. So you might look at that and delete that top line, the line that's the row that's above the header field.
Let me check. Didn't Sorry, I didn't check the file.
Yeah, I didn't either. I should have.
It makes three of us.
Yeah, I mean, I go, what the heck? How come it didn't work? And then I look, and geez, there's a blank line in there.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I left that in there. But yeah, take that out, and it probably will work.
Okay, so what's that again? It's the top, the first line, right?
Right.
And then I should remove, what do I need to remove?
Remove the what?
What did I need to edit on the Excel or the spreadsheet, under the spreadsheet?
Just the, there's a white, or there's a blank line above the headers.
Okay.
If you take that out, I think it'll be better.
Okay. Then save it. Okay, let me try it again.
Mm-hmm.
So Rick, we outside of just importing in, or well, putting the names in the employees, we had to import a different. Like, did you call it a view? Was that what we were doing?
Yeah, it's just import that. Just pick up the
All right.
changes.
And that was to the like the what's being displayed within the tool.
Yeah, just a view. Just a view of the employee list.
Okay, so I should I mean just set it to like none and then list. Is that pretty much how I would view that?
Yeah.
Okay. I must not have did it right because I'm not seeing the same thing you're seeing. Let me try this again. Okay, I think I'm set. I got it all.
All right, cool. How's Lee doing? And Sebastian still there? Or did he?
Hold on, I'm almost
Sure.
finished.
Okay.
For the source profile, what did you put in on for the destination?
There in that connector. I couldn't find one, so I just deleted the.
Oh, okay. So I'll
Yeah, I
just
deleted it.
Okay.
Yeah. The way you could handle that is that once you import all the data,
Mm-hmm.
then you can do an update. So, like, if you can see my screen, we've got all the data in, and what I would want to do is create a list here. If I don't have it, so I'm going to create a list that says, just show me the records where the profile is empty. They do have some that have profiles. Profile is empty. And then I'll just come in here and say, it looks like I'm modifying the none profile, but anyway. So I'll say profile is blank. And then save and apply that. And then I've got basically all of them except the one I added for me. So profile is blank. So then I'm going to go ahead and select all of them. Select all. And then come up here to update. Actually, update profile would be good. And set them all to user. And hit next. And then that should update them all. So now got them all. So that's one way to just do a mass update.
Don't suppose you could go over that one more time, Rick, real quick?
Oh, the mass update?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So what I
was. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so what I did was I wanted to make sure, see, I have one of my accounts has a profile. It's me
Yep.
so I don't want to update that one, right? So I wasn't sure if there were any other accounts that had, uh, something other than, uh, you know, uh, either nothing or other than admin. All I did was
Yeah.
I created a filter and I said, show me all of the profile, all the records where the profile is empty. And when I did that, all of them except my administrator account came up, right? And so then all I did was I went over here and said select all. And so I had
Oh,
all of them selected for the profiles empty. And with them all selected, then I went ahead and looked for the update wizard. Actually, not the update wizard, the update profile wizard. Wherever that went, that's not it. It's up top here. Okay. And you must select at least one, sure. Because I don't have anything selected. So the same thing would be like if I came in here and just highlighted a few. Just so I have, records selected that I want to update. And then I'll come into update profile. And I could change it to maybe service desk. And I can see they changed. So yeah, it's just
okay.
a combination of using the filter and using the selector here. And then doing the wizard update profile.
Okay, so all right, I'm good.
Okay. How are you doing, Barry? Are you there, Barry?
Oh yeah. No, I'm all set. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realize you were waiting for me.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess we'll go ahead and call it for the day then.
Yeah.
And because I know it's really late for some folks. And we'll just pick it up again tomorrow.
All right. Thank
All
you,
right.
Rick.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it.
All right. I'll talk to you all tomorrow.
All righty. Talk to you tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye,
Thanks.
everyone.
Bye-bye.